so that hopefully by the time we come back to the information on dreams and the information on the dream language and the information on proper remote viewing technique for pulling in verbal information, you will get to enjoy now some more results from two different types of remote viewing data that's verbal that we get. One from Dr. Courtney Brown, I'll show you who he is, and another from the Law of One. And what this is going to do, in my opinion, is give us the beginning of what in this class will be a much bigger appreciation for what we are actually dealing with in this great pandemic and in the so-called ascension process. The Law of One, of course, calls it harvest. And I mentioned last week that one of the big red pills to swallow is that harvest refers to the tilling of the land of the earth, that there are cataclysmic disasters that occur, but those disasters only affect you if you are not rescued or if you are not transformed into your fourth density self. In either case, if you are rescued or transformed, it doesn't hurt you. It's not a big deal. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to get all upset. You don't have to lie in bed at night awake, cold sweat, thinking, oh my God, the world's about to end. You know, that's not at all what I'm going to say here. All right, so a lot of good stuff to talk about this week because the Mars and Maldek migration is going to be a major subject. So why don't we pop to the slide real quick so you can just see that spinning around, having fun. So this is a subject that is very intense. You're going to find out what the moon really is and why is the moon so mysterious? Why does the moon have these strange energetic effects on us? Why is it associated with people going crazy when the moon is full? And what really is going on with life on Earth and life in our solar system? When did it start? How did we get here? These are big, big questions. This is basically our own cosmic solar system history. And underlying all this is material that I've gone through on many other levels in previous iterations of my work regarding the geometric nature of the cosmos, the intelligent energy that the universe is formed from. And since I did all that stuff last year in the Ascension Mystery School, I don't really want to repeat too much of it, but it is a huge, huge part of my work. And so in other things I do later on, we'll bring it up again. But again, the previous year's Ascension Mystery School covered this very, very well. And it is a huge subject. It consumed a good deal of time last year. So I want to give you guys new stuff because we do have a good number of people from last year who signed up again. So I don't want to bore you with the details. Now, again, we got to remember that we are immortal beings. And this concept of the soul being everlasting is something that is so well articulated in the higher realms. They understand this so well that they don't look at what we would think of as a catastrophic end to a planet as anything really that bad. This is a normal cycle. This is something that happens to planets in general. They go through this experience of being purified by their mass awakening, and there's only a set amount of time. As we said, it's a 25,000 year cycle. There's 3 of them. We talked about this last week. At the end of the 3rd cycle, everyone on the planet is quote unquote harvested because the planet itself ceases to be useful for people within that realm. So the point here is that this is not something that we need to worry about. But with that being said, I'm going to make a lot of very heavy disclaimers so that you don't freak out when I start telling you what you're going to hear this week, which is that, yeah, there's 2 planets in our solar system that have already been destroyed, and the Earth is no longer going to be habitable for people in 3rd density for very long, as we talked about last week. You're going to have to upgrade to 4th density to be on Earth and be comfortable, but if you're at that level, it's going to be fine. So you'll be able to breathe, you'll be able to walk around, everything's going to be fine. But if you had a body like the one you have now, it's not going to be viable. It's not, that means you won't be able to breathe. That means it'll probably be too hot. So the new body will be able to handle different types of climates and different types of energies. They talk about how in the higher realms, even places like the rings of Saturn have beings in them, places like Uranus have beings in them. So you can have a planet that is totally inhospitable with much too much gas that's unbreathable to us, temperatures that are much too high for us. In the higher realms, it's not a problem. So this is a way that life works. Planets like ours have a certain amount of time where third density beings could come here and lounge and you know, hang out and have fun. And then at a certain point, you know, we're really hard on a planet. We create nuclear war and we blow things up. We pollute the atmosphere. We have war and hatred and famine and poverty. And so what ends up happening is that we decide, that the universe decided that planets, as they are intelligent beings and they have to suffer with us, they shouldn't suffer for very long. They should only have to deal with this for maybe, you know, 75,000 years is what the Law of One says. So 3 cycles of 25,000 years, in which at the end of each cycle, civilization reaches a peak and then it drops off. Now, what's interesting is that this system has already played out with third dimensional beings being, you know, having their planet run out of time. That's already happened twice in our solar system, according to the Law of One. And so I want to give you the history of that because I find this to be an incredibly fascinating discussion that has huge ramifications for so many other things that I've talked about. And so I want to really lay this out because it opens up a whole new line of inquiry as to what is happening to us right now and where are we going, which in turn I feel will give you a very strong incentive to want to learn the language of the higher self, to want to learn how your higher self is talking to you, because it's now or never. In other words, if you're not going to start to get in touch with your higher self, if you're not going to download that guidance and get that information and apply it to yourself, this is it. You know, we're in the final exit ramp here of third density, and I'm not worried about it. But what I'm saying is, I do think that there's going to be mass arrests. I do think there's going to be unsealed indictments. I do think we're going to get disclosure. And if we don't all become nice, the planet is going to continue to have really hard times. So I am definitely pushing for that optimum disclosure timeline, as I've said before. But with that being said, they say in the Law of One that it's pretty unlikely that we're going to hit that. But my gosh, if there was ever a way that we might be able to, the possibility of me knowing what I know and then being so much help to QAnon and to the Alliance, and the idea that my work is obviously going to have to be acknowledged once this comes out and we find out what was really going on and the mass arrests take place, that puts me and you as the person who has the knowledge bearer of this information, that puts us in a really good position. You might actually end up helping to teach people and helping to educate people about what really happened to us and where this is all going. And that's great, you know, so I want to help you be informed with information that is going to be beneficial, because there's a lot of people that say they've channeled. There's a lot of people that say they've talked to extraterrestrials. There is nothing else like the Law of One out there, not even close. And what was so fascinating was the way in which all this information came to me. And we're going to talk about that today. I'm going to really set up some foundational concepts that are in the book that is coming out on June 2nd, Awakening in the Dream. So go into the slides for a second. The Law of One is the foundation stone for all of this discussion. And again, the first book was called The Raw Material. But, you know, Ra, again, as we've been talking about, is just a name for this 6th density extraterrestrial source. And we're going to talk later about how their work got distorted and contorted to the negative. It was never intended to be that way by what we now call Illuminati. But the original intent was very positive, and it all got screwed up. So just to review what we said last time, the basic cosmology of the Law of One, which is sort of like the operating system that everything comes out of, there is only identity in the universe. In other words, consciousness is all there is. And so that's a pretty heavy concept. We can go back to my camera. There's only identity in the universe. Consciousness is all there is. And the entire universe started, as I was saying yesterday on the YouTube show, as intelligent infinity. And we talked about this last week, which doesn't really have any type of point source or anything, and intelligent infinity became aware and created intelligent energy, which they also call logos or love. So the term logos is a word for God. But the interesting thing that the Law of One does is they talk about a universal logos, which would be the universal oneness. They talk about a galactic logos, which is the mind of an entire galaxy where it designs existence for beings on its planets. They talk about a solar logos. In other words, the sun in our solar system and all other stars are perfect holograms of the universal mind. They are actually 8th density. So that's a weird thing too. The Law of One says that the embodiment of the Creator is in our solar system, that the sun actually is a hologram of the one infinite Creator. And then they say that a planet is a sub-logos, meaning that it is a sub-aspect of the one infinite Creator, but still a hologram of the whole. And then you also have the person, the human being, which they call a sub-sub-logos. So they're actually saying, if you get through the jargon, that a human being is a fully functioning hologram of the one infinite Creator, and we could recreate the entire universe from one person. So going back to the slides again, the universe started out as just an identity. This intelligent infinity became lonely or bored and created intelligent energy, which then separates into 7 major densities. And these densities represent the grades of evolution that you would have to go through to reunite with the oneness, starting from basically nothing, which is just like the elemental level at the first density. And then, of course, after the densities were formed, this is when stars start to appear and eventually bud into galaxies. Planets bud out of stars as sub-logoi and become homes for intelligent life, which would be sub-logoi like us. Any intelligent life is a sub-logos. It is a perfect hologram of the one infinite Creator. And they also say there are countless numbers of intelligent civilizations in the universe. So I've used this one before, but I really, really liked this, and I believe that this was one of the things that had to be released based on a treaty that happened with the benevolent ETs. So we were really lucky to get this. It's the Pettigrew study. It came out in October 2013. The prevalence of Earth-like planets orbiting sun-like stars. And then if we zoom in on this, says here, a major question is whether planets suitable for biochemistry are common or rare in the universe. Small rocky planets with liquid water enjoy key ingredients for biology. We used NASA's Kepler telescope to survey 42,000 sun-like stars for periodic dimmings that occur when a planet crosses in front of its host star. We found 603 planets, 10 of which are Earth-size and orbit in the habitable zone, where conditions permit surface liquid water. We measured the detectability of these planets by injecting synthetic planet-caused dimmings into Kepler brightness measurements. We find that 22% of sun-like stars, that's just what they could detect, right? That's not even necessarily all there is. It's just with dimming they could actually see. 22% of sun-like stars harbor Earth-sized planets orbiting in their habitable zones, and the nearest such planet may be within 12 light years. So then we talked about, in other shows I've done, the astonishing statistics that come out of this from the Pettigrew study. We find that this is just an assumption they made, that at least 1% of all stars in the universe have a potentially habitable Earth-like planet. That's actually a low estimate based on the Pettigrew study, but we'll take it. If that's true, if it's only 1% of all the stars in the universe, that's 100 billion Earth-like planets. Just to try to get you to trip out on how crazy that is, that means there's 100 Earth-like planets for every single grain of sand on Earth. Now you think about for a minute, let's go back to camera. You think about for a minute how much sand there is just if you walk outside right now and just go pick up some dirt and put it in your hands. And then think about what it would be like to walk down a beach in Brazil or in Hawaii. And then you look at every grain of sand, and then you think of all the beaches on Earth and all the sand that you don't see because it's buried in the ground. That's an enormous amount of sand. And what we're actually seeing here is that there's 100 Earths for every single grain of sand on Earth. That is crazy. And think about the Sahara Desert. That's a very, very large area, and the sand gets into everything. Well, there's 100 Earths for every grain of sand. It's infinity. It's another kind of like koan type of Buddha meditation on the improbability and the spectacular paradox of infinity. Think about the idea of even finding one of those 100 worlds apart from our own on one of those grains of sand in the Sahara Desert, or the equivalent thereof, and what it could mean to have a culture that has tens of thousands of years of history, has their own technology, has their own languages, their own culture, their own music, their own historical figures, their own period where they had a band as big as the Beatles or Mozart or Handel's Messiah. Did they have religious leaders that came there? Are there Jesus type of beings that they have in their history? It's a staggering discussion. And then there's 100 of those per grain of sand on Earth. And just trying to map out the history of 100 planets, okay, is crazy. But this really goes to show how magnificent the Creator is, how far-reaching this is, how huge this is, the scope of the universe, the scope of the creation. And yet, despite the fact that we are essentially wrestling with an infinity number, an infinite number, it's all identity. It's all one consciousness. So now it becomes really simple. Even though it's so vast, even though it's so complex, even though there's so many planetary cultures, apparently they tend to go down pretty similar routes. And so there's a lot of similarity in the overall storyline. The galaxies, of course, there's a lot fewer of those than there are of the planets. Each galaxy designs its own intelligent curriculum for how the beings in that galaxy will evolve. And the Law of One makes it very clear that this is done through a series of steps called archetypes, that there are, through any galaxy in the universe, they say in the Law of One, there's 7 archetypes for the mind, 7 for the body, and 7 for the spirit. And those archetypes chart out the natural path of evolution for that planet of beings, or any planet of beings in the galaxy. The archetypes are like a personality. It's a template of how you're going to evolve on that particular planet. So when you have galaxies, what they're trying to do here is design the best set of archetypes, the best hero's journey version, of which there are many different versions than ours, but they're all fairly similar. Our galaxy designed its own curriculum, and the Law of One says that our galaxy chose human life, the human body, or human-like at least, because you do have some insectoids, but essentially what we're looking at here is a planet like Earth that has the same basic types of biomes that we have here, which means you have plants, you have insects, you have a whole bunch of marine life, you have mammals, you have birds, you have all the stuff you see on Earth, and that's pretty common throughout every planet in our galaxy and probably throughout the universe. And in our galaxy, and apparently as the Law of One says, 40% of all the planets in the universe, of which now we know there's 100 for each grain of sand, right? My goodness. For all those planets throughout the universe, at least let's go back to our galaxy, right? They're all gonna look human. So the really cool thing that Emery Smith gave me back in 2008, I was very glad when he finally came forward 10 years later, was the fact that he had autopsied some, I guess, 1,200 actual intact bodies and 3,000 total specimens of extraterrestrial biological material. And of the 1,200 or so bodies that he autopsied, they all were human or human-like. And this was done again at Sandia National Labs, which is at Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico. And he worked in a deep underground military base, or DUMB, dumb, right? And his material is fascinating because he has so much specific information on the different types of beings that he saw. But the basic idea is that you could take any type of life that you see on Earth now, whether it's an insect or a fish or whatever, advance it forward so that it could walk on 2 legs and have, opposable thumbs of some kind, and that's what we see. Anything that we are getting in the secret space program as part of the trade with other extraterrestrial races, any of these bodies that we acquire as a form of payment for the technology that we're apparently producing, and they're cataloging all that stuff. They're trying to figure out who's who in the zoo, understand the life forms out in our galaxy, which I think is almost an exercise in futility because there's going to be so many. But nonetheless, they're cataloging a lot. And they have guys like Emery who are doing these autopsies to try to keep track of who's who. They all basically are different types of life on Earth advanced forward to an intelligent pattern. So the Law of One talks about that as well. They say that a given solar logos, each star, okay, each individual star has its own personality, and it gets to choose what the human beings that grow on its planets will look like. And it's not like it lacks in creativity where it's only going to give you one type of human being for all of its planets. It might design 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 different types of human beings for its planets. It might take a planet and make insectoids. It might take a planet and make reptilians. It might take a planet and make aquatic humanoids. There are planets apparently that are all ocean. And so the intelligent life develops inside the ocean, and they end up looking like fish people, basically. And some of them end up having to develop a breathing apparatus that keeps they have gills and keeps the gills hydrated so they can walk around and talk to people. So there's a lot of really cool stuff that we're going to get to find out as we become part of our galactic community here, and we join with our neighbors. So again, getting back to the Pettigrew study, let's go back to the slide for a second. So if we have 100 Earth-like planets for every grain of sand on Earth, and then they make an assumption, which again I think is very wrong, that only 1% of these Earth-like planets would have life on them. I think they're all going to have life based on the fact that biology is a universal template woven into quantum mechanics, as I've said in many other talks before. But again, let's just play along and, okay, 1%. Then that even means that every grain of sand on Earth represents a planet that has life on it. But again, I'm going to rule that out because I think they all do. Life is intrinsically going to happen anywhere there's water. Anyway, then they say, let's assume that on 1% of the planets with life, which again they say is 1% of all planets, not true, life advances to an intelligent level as it would on Earth. Okay, that's a pretty reasonable assumption. In fact, again, I think it's very low. The Law of One says intelligent life happens all the time, all over the place, everywhere. But, okay, let's go with that. If that's the way you're going to play it, it means there's 10 quadrillion intelligent civilizations in the universe. 10 quadrillion or 10 million billion intelligent civilizations in the universe. If you apply the same math to our Milky Way galaxy, they were estimating that there's 1 billion Earth-like planets. Now they're actually saying 40, so this math is off as well, but the Pettigrew study estimated 1. If you estimate only 100,000 intelligent civilizations, that's still an enormous number of cultures for us to visit. But the Law of One series actually tells us that there's about 100 million different intelligent civilizations in our galaxy. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. So I want to give you a quote from the Law of One that I think is very relevant to everything that we're discussing right now about ascension. This is from session 6517. In your space-time, you and your peoples are the parents of that which is in the womb. Now check out the way that is said. I want you to really look at this. You and your people are the parents of that which is in the womb. The earth, as you call it, is ready to be born, and the delivery is not going smoothly. When this entity has become born, it will be instinct with the social memory complex of its parents, which have become fourth density positive. In this fourth density, there is a broader view. I can't imagine that the word instinct is right. So let me just really quick, I want to take a moment here to go to the Law of One. You can put me on that camera over there. This one here, the wide one. That instinct quote looks wrong, so I just want to make sure that we didn't misinform you. Should be 4.
No, it's not. It's not 4. It's 1.
Everything got screwed up then. I'm not sure how that happened. All right, so we're going to go over here. I will highlight, actually, I'm going to change the way my display works so you can see what I'm doing here temporarily. So, okay. Y'all can see that, I assume? Yep, so we're gonna go back to this. It's 6517 is the one we need. So this is what you do. You go to lawof1.info. Everybody can see that. And then you can click on the session number on the front page. As I said, again, this is what happens when you type in lawof1.info. This is where I always go, folks. There's no big secret. There's no unusual thing going on here. Let's just make this a little bigger. So I just go in here. Okay, 6517, that's one of the ways to do it. A lot of times I like to type in the search bar. So you could say like logos, right? And find out how many instances of logos do you get. Okay, boom, we got 146. That's a lot. Law of One mentions the word logos 146 times. All right, but right now we want to go for 6517 because I'm not sure if I got that word right. So let's go in here, scroll down to number 17. And it says here, yeah, when this entity has become born, it will be instinct with the social memory complex of its parents. That's a very strange wording. So there you go. That actually is what it says. So I just wanted to be sure about that. But, well, we know what instinct means, but it's just a question of why did they choose that way. All right, so we're going to gather the windows. Yeah. I'm going to turn off mirror displays. And now you guys should have the opportunity for us to get right back into these slides again. All right, so that strange wording is what it says. I just confirmed it. So the Earth is ready to be born. The delivery is not going smoothly. Well, this is why we're having Earth changes. And they talked about that last week. Remember that quote? We are the parents of that which is in the womb. The Earth is our child, in a sense. And that's a very interesting way that they look at it. When the entity has become born, it will be instinct with the social memory complex of its parents, which have become fourth density positive. In this fourth density, there is a broader view, and they're being very circumspect. It's a lot more than just a broader view. It's a totally multidimensional perspective. So this is very interesting because what it says is, and I remember having, let's go back to camera. I remember having some very interesting insights when I was hiking on the hiking trail where I used to live in Topanga. I'd do the same trail every day. And at the time, I was really upset about a lot of people betraying me and lying to me, and I just was angry at people in general. And I remember getting a very clear, crystal clear telepathic message: if you want to love the Earth, you must love its people. And what they also say in the Law of One is that we end up processing the Earth's karma on a collective level. So if you are a spiritually aware being, the Earth does have a consciousness, but the only way the Earth's identity can be realized, apparently, is through the consciousness of human beings. So notice they said, we are the parents of that which is in the womb. The Earth, as you call it, is ready to be born. We are the parents. Our minds, as we think, that is the mind of the Earth. Don't expect that you're going to find some other Earth mind apart from that of human beings. Our mind is the Earth's mind. And so certain people before birth actually take on the Earth's consciousness. And this is, it's a type of geosynchronicity, as I call it. It's a type of planetary healing, planetary karmic alleviation, where you accept on some greater soul level that you are going to get involved with taking on the Earth's fear of other people, taking on the Earth's maybe dislike of other people, the distrust, the anger, the futility, a feeling of identity with the plants and the animals and with conservation and with wanting to keep the Earth safe and keep it happy and keep it fruitful. And the Earth does have a really hard time with people not being able to appreciate that we are inseparable from this planet. In the Law of One, they say we cannot see you as separate beings. This is one of the most important things they say, because we get so wrapped up in the idea of personal identity. Well, I am my body. I am this person. I was born I had these experiences. I got an education. I went to school. I got a job. I did this. I did that. Da, 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 da. The law of one, they literally say in there, we cannot see you as separate beings. So one way to look at this, as I've used this analogy many times, is think about a rock at the bottom of a stream with a lot of water going over it, and then think about how the water is actually consciousness, okay? And then imagine that you are the rock, but that what you're thinking with is the water. We fall under the illusion that just because you can see the rock through the water, that consciousness is stuck within us. The law of one says that's not true. Consciousness is everywhere. The consciousness that we are using in our own minds, as you're listening to me right now, the consciousness that you use to think is the same consciousness that's the whole earth. It's the earth's mind, okay? So when we are creating negativity, when we are creating anger and depression and sadness, and yes, I count sadness as a negative emotion. If you have sadness, in law of one terms, that is a catalyst that is nudging you towards figuring out how to not be sad. And as they say, the only thing that really matters is the unity consciousness. That's what the universe is trying to do, is to keep you in a state of love and happiness, because again, the term logos and love is indistinguishable from each other. So you have to have both. And you can't get to the next level of evolution if you haven't gotten a minimum degree of loving consciousness. The earth is not going to be able to hold people that don't have that consciousness anymore. It's changing out of third density. So if we don't get it together, then the earth is going to spit us out. And that actually happens in a regular cycle. It's known that most of the time people aren't going to get it. So the law of one says that on a typical planet, you have 3 of these 25,000 year cycles. They say that in the first one, typically 40% of people end up ascending. In the second one, everybody else ascends, or the majority of everybody else ascends. And then in the third one, you just mop up with whatever is left. But in our case, nobody ascended at the end of the first cycle, and only 127 people were able to ascend at the end of the second cycle. Only 127, or I think it's 157. And they all decided to stay with the earth and become ascended masters or elders, where they now walk around immortal and they help out with the planet. And this would include folks like Saint Germain, Saint Francis of Assisi, some Tibetan monks and people like this. They find interesting places to go. They have not really shown themselves, and they're not going to show themselves right now. Anyway, so it's very important to understand that the earth is going through something that is irreversible. And we had vigorous debates about this on my discussion forums, going all the way back to when I first had my website, way back in the day. Yeah, something happened where our cameras got all mixed up and backwards. I'm not sure why that is. Anyway, so here's the deal. We are changing, and we are not going to have to wait very long. Everything that I was telling you was going to happen is now happening. And so it becomes a really good idea to get clear about what the hell this thing is and where it's taking us, what is ascension, and actually, to begin with, who the heck is Ra? So Corey Goode, when he came forward with his material from the Secret Space Program, he talked extensively about something called the Ancient Builder Race. And so Ra is actually the Ancient Builder Race. And back to the camera. So this is a very interesting discussion where the solar system has these crystalline towers and ruins, these glass-like ruins that we apparently have found extensively in the Secret Space Program. They're all over the surface of solid planets, and they're all over the surface of moons in our solar system, of which the gas planets have a large number of moons. What we end up seeing, according to these reports, is domes pyramids, obelisks, and other structures made out of a glass-like material that is actually a transparent aluminum. Now, I had heard about this from briefings, and it turns out that there already are transparent aluminum alloys that are being made. They're expensive right now. I'm in a direct position to know firsthand that the new UFO type of craft that we're going to have, if you're going to make those where they have a cockpit that you can see out of, which you don't really need based on some of the other technology that's out there. But anyway, if you want to have a very, very fast airplane, much faster than anything we have on the conventional record right now, and you're going to have a cockpit with glass, you don't use glass, you use transparent aluminum, because it's 500% stronger than bulletproof glass. And it's a metal, but it actually looks transparent. So in terms of how you can play around with atoms and molecules and what's the best way to play around with atoms and molecules in third density in physical reality, aluminum is the best metal material to play around with to make a glass-like substance. So this ancient builder race from 2.6 billion years ago is what it says in the Law of One. And actually, you're going to see how that fits in with Corey's material, because they have the same dating. Whatever they've got in the secret space program, which again, haters have tried to get angry about this, it is not carbon-14 dating. They have some very advanced dating systems that are technology we don't even understand. But because of that, they have dated that these pyramids, obelisks, and domes in our solar system and in at least 13 or 14 other neighboring solar systems around us in the same vicinity that we're in, they all have these. So whatever this civilization was that made all this stuff, apparently it started in our solar system and it started on the planet Venus. That's what Ra actually says. And let's go into the quote here so you can see this for yourself. How many of our years ago was Ra's third density ended? The calculations necessary for establishing this point are difficult, since so much of what you call time is taken up before and after third density, as you see the progress of time from your vantage point. So for them, it's just a microsecond. It's hard for them to remember because it's so small. We may say in general that the time of our enjoyment of the choice making was approximately 2.6 billion of your sun years from Earth in the past. Now, why would they say choice making? Well, the Law of One talks extensively about third density as the choice. And what they explain is that this choice is made in really a microsecond compared to your total universal time of evolution, but that within that microsecond, the choice that you make determines the entire future outcome of the millions and millions of years that you spend as a higher dimensional being. And the choice is very simple. The choice is whether you're going to be of service to others or service to self. The universe doesn't stop you from being service to self, it just punishes the crap out of you if you do it. Okay? Because everything you do that hurts other people is something you're going to have to experience. And as Danny and Brinkley has talked about, the panoramic life review, you got to experience everything that you've done to other people, so that choice becomes very, very ignorant when you go into the afterlife. The idea of using manipulation and control and lying and betrayal to get what you want out of other people, to try to get money, to try to get fame, to try to get power, to try to make your body, this is body-centered consciousness, right? I want my body to be comfortable. I want my body to have a Lamborghini and a nice cruiser car. I want my body to have a big effing mansion. I want my body to have gorgeous women at my beck and call. I have my wife, I have my mistresses, you know, this is like the way people were doing this stuff for a long, long time. And it sounds a lot like what's going on right now in the world. This is still happening, and I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I'm saying that you can gain the world. You could be a very, very successful person in worldly terms. You could be what we would consider to be wealthy and famous, and you could be actually so far behind in the higher dimensional terms that the beings don't even really care about you that much. I mean, they'll watch you to make sure you don't do things that disrupt the planet. But the beings have talked extensively about who they consider are the big celebrities on earth? Who do they like to watch? The equivalent of going online in the morning when you get up, which is one of the times I like to do it, going online in the morning and checking out the daily news and figuring out what the heck is going on. The beings in the higher realms are not looking at the most famous people on earth. They're not even that interested in them. They're looking at the true masters. They're looking at the people who are cultivating themselves through meditation, cultivating higher consciousness. And they actually talk in the Law of One about how entire cultures can be ultimately geared towards just a small number of people figuring it out. Even though we had the whole planet Earth, only 127 people were ascension compatible. Those people were very interesting to the higher beings. So what I found out from them actually and ultimately contacting me directly was that based upon my life and the choices I was making and the perspective that I had and the way I was treating people and the way that my mind works and the way that my thoughts work and how successfully I was navigating the initiations that were coming my way, I was getting a lot of attention. And there was a lot of hope invested in me about where I was going to go with my life, even though in the worldly sense I had no visible power, no visible success. It doesn't matter from the perspective of the higher beings. It only really matters, what are you like in terms of your vibratory qualities? So I want you to really lock this into your head that if you are really striving for the highest consciousness and you're doing the best you can, you may be a huge celebrity. You may be considered one of the most important people on earth by the higher beings, even though they're not necessarily at this point steering you into any type of public position or any type of wealth or influence. In fact, gaining wealth too early in your spiritual path can be extremely detrimental to the ultimate process of becoming a higher consciousness being, becoming a soul that has this higher consciousness. So Law of One was written by beings that were on a planet like the Earth, but that planet actually reached its apex 2.6 billion years ago. That's when they made the choice. That's when they reached fourth density, which again, ascension for us is a big deal. It's a really amazing thing to become an ascended being and have all these powers. But the Law of One explains that even going into fourth density is still just fourth density, of which there's still fifth and sixth and seventh before we reunify with the oneness. So, and we're going to go through all those densities as time goes on. Let's go back to the slide now. So they said 2.6 billion years. However, this time, as you call it, is not meaningful, for our intervening space-time has been experienced in a manner quite unlike your third density experience of space-time. Now, what are they saying right here? They're saying that they don't actually exist in time. They move throughout time. Therefore, you can't look at billions of years as really meaning anything because they can bop around anywhere within those billions of years. They can go to point A, point B, point Z. They can go forwards, backwards, sideways, up, down, whatever they want. So it's very, very different than the linear time experience that we have in third density. That is not, you completely break away from time as you go into these higher densities. That's a very cool discussion. So then it says, it appears that the end of Ra's third density coincided with the beginning of this planet's second density on Earth, 2.6 billion years ago. Is that correct? They say, yeah, it's roughly correct. Did the planet Venus become a fourth density planet at that time? They say this is so. Okay, that makes sense. What was Ra's average total population incarnate on Venus in third density? How many people were there? Okay. We were a small population which dwelt upon what you would consider difficult conditions. So in other words, Venus was a lot harder for third density life to live on than what Earth is like. And they said they were small. Now check this out. Our harvest was approximately 6,500,000 mind, body, spirit complexes. There were approximately 32 million mind, body, spirit complexes repeating third density elsewhere. What's 32 plus 6? 38. So think about this. There's only 38 million people on the whole frickin' planet Venus. And of that number, they had 32 million who had to repeat the cycle at the end of, I guess, their 3 cycles of 25,000 years. 75,000 years is the end of the cycle. From the beginning of third density to the end is about 75,000 years. 32 million people didn't make it, but 6 million did. That's a pretty good average. It's like 20-something%. But again, Earth has now almost 8 billion people. And they explain in the Law of One that this is unusually large, but that the reason why is that it's because so many people needed to have a planet to recycle onto. They needed to have they screwed up. They were the hard students in the class who just couldn't get the lessons. So they got to do it all over again, do it all over again. Well, we're going to get into this cosmic penal colony of misfits in great depth on this particular week's installment, because I think that once I've really given you the full view of the Law of One's cosmic history of our solar system and the human race, it will open many doors for you, and it'll really inspire you to want to learn all the things that we're talking about with, I got hair in my face. I'm sorry. I'm just feeling this hair. It's driving me crazy. I think I got it now. Okay. So the 32 million people on Mars, and 6 million of them graduated. On Earth, we have 8 billion people because we're all a bunch of losers. We're all cycle repeaters. We struck out somewhere else and they had to stick us here. And when you get into cosmic history, that's a pretty amazing thing to see how all this came into being. Why are we so screwed up? Why are people at odds with each other? And ultimately, we're going to talk about wanderers again and what they're here for and how that works. But anyway, here's the history of the Law of One. So they say it was in the second cycle of 20,000 years. We had a harvest of 6 out of 30, so to speak, roughly millions of mind-body-spirit complexes, less than 20%. All right. So the ancient builder race is a stunning story. And I'm just going to temporarily get my fancy chair because there's a lot of slides right now. So I'll get a chance to relax a little bit and I can have the endurance to keep on going for you guys. All right. It's wonderful to have a chance to do this, to sit down. Now it's my, oh, there you are. Wow. Okay. And how do I sound? No problem with the antenna? Okay, great. So, this is one of the things that I found out about a while ago, and it was really, really fascinating that there are, as I was just saying before, some of the NASA pictures show you this, but what they found in the secret space program is much, much better. As I was just saying, there are crystalline pyramids and obelisks all over our local star system, as well as 13 neighboring solar systems. So we'll throw to that one, yeah. So the cool part about this is that, as I said, it's a material called transparent aluminum. It's an alloy that is great for building because it's 500% stronger than bulletproof glass. And if you build a dome on a moon, you can put air inside, and then people can live in there, and they can breathe air, and they can have a little civilization. So you can actually have a moon that has trees and grass and lakes and rivers and streams and buildings and roads and cities and people and animals, and all living together in harmony under this dome in what would normally appear to be like a planet, but it's actually the surface of an otherwise inhospitable sphere. So that's part of what we're seeing. And it's all over the place. There's all these, so back to the slide, we do have some shattered remnants of these ancient towers still on the Earth's moon, which NASA has been doing a great job of trying to hide from us, except from the very beginning. So check this out. This is from the first actual probe to orbit the moon and take pictures. Was not from the America side of things. It was from the Russia side of things, and it was a probe called Zond 3, all the way back in 1965. And if you've seen me do this on YouTube, bear with me because I want to get into this again, so we have it this time. So what we have here is a picture of the moon's surface. Now you might think, oh, what's that crazy white spot down on the bottom left? That's not a UFO or anything. That is just a camera It's just a hole where the camera is, where they couldn't get imagery. So we're not so much interested in that little white guy out there on the bottom left. We're interested in the bottom right. So let's zoom in on that now and look on the bottom right, and then I'm going to zoom in on even more depth, and this is what you actually see down there, okay? What you're seeing is this crazy thing sticking up off the surface of the moon. Now, if you don't really get it, okay, let's just zoom in even a little bit more. This is probably 2 miles tall, maybe more, a huge structure on the moon's surface that by no stretch of the imagination would actually be a natural object. This is something that was built, and you can even look at it and see that it has a transparent type of appearance to it. So this apparently is an example of one of these shattered glass domes that people used to be able to live under, with a pyramid type of structure to it. It's not perfect. It's been damaged. You can see that by the way it looks. Then, and so again, you know, imagine that air pressure would be filled up inside of this structure, and that you'd have grass and trees and lakes and breathable air. And this has been there for 2.5 billion years, okay? That's what we're being told that they found in the secret space program. They haven't told us about this yet. They plan on doing it over the course of about 100 years. That's the partial disclosure, the drip, drip, boring timeline. Now, the Earth is back where it was. The Zond 3 is orbiting the moon. The moon only rotates a little bit more, just for a couple minutes, and then as it does, we get this frame. And this frame is even crazier because on the limb of the moon in the middle, we see the undeniable structure of some kind of tower, okay? Now, based on the estimates of how tall the moon is, that thing could be anywhere between 2 to 12 miles tall. But again, here to just zoom in on it even more, okay, there is no rational, logical, skeptical, debunking explanation for what the heck that thing is on the surface of the moon. It is not some camera defect. It is not some glitch. It's not a piece of dust. It's actually a tower. And notice also that it is perpendicular to the lunar surface. So this is very cool because you're clearly looking at some kind of tower. And according again to the people who have actually flown out there in the classified programs, this thing is an invisible, well, semi-visible, semi-transparent obelisk. So you're actually dealing with the remnants of a huge obelisk built with such an indestructible material that after 2.5 billion years, it's still hanging out there and in reasonably good shape. Now, the NASA engineer, Ken Johnson, as I've said in other talks, was actually ordered at one point to destroy original negatives and prints from the Apollo photographs of the moon. This was him coming forward at a Richard C. Hoagland event in Russia. He ended up not getting that information destroyed. He decided to hold on to it. He decided not to destroy it, but to keep it, and found out that the pictures that he had were very different than the pictures that NASA was showing you in certain cases. His pictures had artifacts on them that the NASA pictures that they released to the public did not. So again, let me just say this very clearly so you don't miss anything. NASA took pictures of the moon with the astronauts, okay, and with various satellites. They released these pictures to the public, but then they had another set of them that they ordered Ken Johnson to destroy. Ken Johnson kept them. He actually hid them inside a McDonald's that had gone out of business because there was a number of boxes. And when you went back into those boxes, opened them up and looked at the pictures, they had strange things in them that had been digitally or in the old days airbrushed out of the NASA photographs. So you don't have everything there the way it's supposed to be. You have all these things missing. And the stuff that's missing that shows up in the original Ken Johnson photos is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So look at this. One of my favorite ones is a bullet-shaped dome that is not visible in the NASA shot, but is very much visible in the Ken Johnston one. So here on the left, and this is taken by, Richard C. Hoagland is the one that put this together. So it says Copyright Enterprise Mission. He and I have worked together for a long time, and I've had the clearance to use these images in my books. So on the left, you have the original image, which does not have the bullet-shaped dome. And then on the right, you see this white object. That's the original. And that's from an original negative. This has not been tampered with. That's actually real. And then what I want you to also notice is how white the dome is. And that means that it is reflecting an enormous amount of sunlight. That means it's a highly reflective surface, which again means it's very likely made out of something like glass. So this is almost certainly a huge glass dome. In this case, it's probably far more recent. It's probably actively being used. This is a current active extraterrestrial base on the moon, of which apparently there are very, very many. But some of the ancient stuff is on the moon as well. So we see, for example, very amazing pictures from the Ken Johnston archive that show us shattered glass architecture above the lunar surface. And so again, there's no tricks up our sleeve. All we're doing here on the top left is we are using the original image that was in the Ken Johnston archive, and then in the top right, bottom left, bottom right, it's a couple different frames actually that they use to do this, but they're from the Johnston archive. What we're doing is we're simply using Photoshop, and we're manipulating one of the Photoshop algorithms called curves. When you look at the one on the bottom right, okay, in particular, you can clearly see what looks like reflections of beams of light inside this glass. And the glass is just this kind of amorphous mass that is hovering over the surface of the moon. So this is a really, really fascinating thing, because on the top left, you've got the original shot, again, from the Ken Johnston archive, the one that he didn't let anybody see, and he hid it away. And so you look up in the sky there and you see a little bit of strange stuff. But when you start playing around with curves in Photoshop, you pull out what clearly looks like glass. Now, I will say that if you look at the one on the top right, you see a series of what appear to be panels. And Jay Widener, my former producer / director at Gaia, did do some amazing work on this, where he believes that this is actually a backscatter technology, that this is one of the sets of the moon on Earth. Because we were told by, like, for example, Henry Deacon, one of my insiders, that they did create a fake lunar surface in case the astronauts didn't make it to the moon, even though they did. America did not want to be humiliated, so they would have faked a lunar landing if need be. And so they used this technology called backscatter projection, which is basically a series of glass beads in a square matrix. So that might actually be what it is, because you do see there's a grid-like appearance to it in the top right there. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I think both explanations are plausible, but Richard C. Hoagland said the same thing to me. He said it ultimately doesn't matter whether it's a backscatter projection or whether it's real glass. The point is, let's get rid of all that speculation. Let's deal with the facts. The fact is, here's a photo NASA is telling you is from the moon, and you screw with it a little bit in Photoshop, and it clearly shows some kind, if this is the moon's surface, some kind of massive, ruined, shattered glass architecture hovering over the moon's surface. So this could have been the boundary of a major city. And apparently the Apollo moon missions were deliberately sent to areas where this architecture was located so that they could actually study this from a distance, not realizing that there were other groups that were already going in there on a much deeper level. But even the NASA astronauts were landing near these places. Now, this is another one that I find very, very interesting. This is another picture of the moon's surface, and it was taken as the sun was setting. And apparently what happened is that the sunlight captured the glint of this shattered glass architecture on the moon's surface. And you can see these shards poking up from the moon's surface. They're almost invisible. But if you catch them right on the light, you can actually make them out. There is no way that this kind of stuff should appear in this picture if there wasn't something actually there. And you just got to use contrast enhancement to pull out the glass. So we talked about in the briefings we got from Corey Good that the ancient builder race had 2.6 billion years ago, they did colonize the Earth, and they specifically had landed in Antarctica. That was apparently the best place to go back in those days. Remember, the Earth was a swampy, not as habitable place. So apparently what they did is they built a pyramid at least twice the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza, and they built a huge underground city in that area, in the area of Antarctica, and it has been there for 2.6 billion years. So Antarctica would be the best place to visit and go if you want to explore the ancient builder race ruins here on Earth. That's the best one. And we'll get back to that in a minute. Now, this local cluster, this is one of the things the Corey Goode material tells us, is that from the time that the Law of One started, the ancient builder race started 2.6 billion years ago, they branched out to approximately 57 other stars in our local cluster, our local area. And those stars were all peaceful. They all had peaceful planets, and they all had these shards of glass that at that time were pyramids, obelisks, domes, and other structures. And nobody was fighting, nobody was at war, they were all getting along, and this stayed that way from 2.6 billion years ago all the way to 500,000 years ago. It was a peaceful zone. However, in order to protect the peace, they needed a type of military, a type of army. So what they ended up doing, and this is all part of the ancient builder race from 2.6 billion years ago, is that they hollowed out the interior of various moons and filled it with huge amounts of technology, including livable space. But then what in Star Wars we call the Death Star, this was something that many moons had. And so they were actually peaceful weapons that were used only to defend the planet or the people or the whole local cluster against attack. So just to be clear, if rogue extraterrestrial invasion is coming in, if a group is coming in and they want to kick some ass, these moons will intelligently, they had an actual positive artificial intelligence, a supercomputer. The moons would detect the attack and they would warn about what they would do. They would do a warning shot, and it would threaten off these beings. And if the beings did not heed the warning shot, if they were trying to invade our little garden of 57 planets, it would shoot you and it would destroy you. And their size did not matter. These moons were powerful enough to destroy literally a planet-sized invasion. A massive invasion fleet of millions of ships did not pose a threat to these moons. They would just wipe you out. And that's the kind of super technology that apparently the Ra group itself helped to build, because they apparently were the ancient builder race that spread out amongst all of these 57 stars and built all of these great pyramids and obelisks and domes. And then they also built huge cities underneath the surface of moons. And they also built Death Star type of defensive moons as well. So now this is the crazy part. Check this out. Earth's moon is actually one of the most magnificent examples of a Death Star and a habitable world underneath the surface of anything that we have in our 57 stars of our local cluster. Earth's moon is the #1. And there was interesting new proof that you might have seen me talk about in other videos, but I want to do it again, released by NASA in the year 2014. And it came out in this study. This is totally, totally mind-blowing. It was in Nature, which is one of the top science journals, and it says, Moon's largest plane is not an impact crater. Gravity data suggests flats of volcanic basalt formed from tectonic stretching. Okay, well, just ignore all that. What they're doing here is they're taking the moon, and you look at it on the left, and you see the way it looks in this picture is tilted down a little bit. In other words, the south bottom of the moon is tilted more south, so you're now looking kind of at the North Pole a little bit. But otherwise, you're seeing the moon pretty much the way it looks to us. And that whole area of the darker spots of the moon that we say is the face on the moon, right? As it turns out, they have very flat areas. They're called seas. There's no mountains. There's no craters. They're pretty smooth and flat. And they're also very thin in terms of the thickness of the crust. But what we didn't see, at which you can start to make it out on the right, is the boundary of this flat area on the front part of the moon that we see. It is a square. It is actually square. And so this was published in another paper, this time on space.com, strikingly geometric shapes hidden on the moon's surface. And now, for the first time, they're taking the view of the moon that we normally see, tilted the way we see it, and they put the red in there, and the red shows you where this actual square is. So just so that we're not being confused here, what am I actually saying? I'm saying that inside the moon is a cube of rebar, a cube of architecture that's holding it together. It is a cubical series of bars that this thing was built on. And as the moon has gotten hit by meteors over time, this square has appeared because the internal structure reveals itself as it reverberates over time. So then this is where it gets really crazy. Look at what it says. Newly discovered rectangular structure sheds new light on moon mystery. And as you see the moon from this angle, now you can really see, sure enough, that is a square. And not only is it a square, but the square is the right size for it being a cube inside the moon. So this apparently is due to, again, the fact that the moon is not a random natural formation. It is an artificially modified technology. And probably what happened is that that square that you see is the front end that they drove through space with, because this is the big secret, folks, that the moon was a Noah's Ark. The moon kept beings like us in it. It could take beings from an entire planet and put them inside there. According to the insider reports that I had, the moon has 10,000 layers in certain places, 10,000 floors that can hold people like us with trees and grass and all the stuff they need. There's entire layers inside that are built to hold and package oceans. And so you can literally package up a whole planet, and the moon is like a big suitcase. You can put all the people in there, you can put all the animals in there, all the genetic material in there. You can pack it up in the moon or another moon like it, and the moon can drive. The moon can become a spaceship that it's cloaked. So if a rogue entity, thinks that this is something they want to attack, the moon can defend itself, right? It has that super weapon capability, so it defends all the people inside. It can shoot an invasion force so that those people can't be attacked. But apparently in the older days of the universe, billions of years ago, they would move people from one solar system to another in physical form, storing them inside a moon like this, driving them to a new place, and then literally parking it somewhere else. And so we are told by these insiders that our moon actually is a used car, and it got driven here from another solar system, which is really, really freaking crazy. So as I've used this slide before, now what we're doing is we're seeing images of the moon, and then the one in the middle actually is a false color image of that same square on the moon. And now you see, my God, it really is square. It's very, very symmetrical. How the hell that nature doesn't do that? Okay. I mean, yes, there is a global grid thing, which I've talked about in the geometry studies we do, but it's still very compelling nonetheless. And I think that in this case, it is the result of the moon being artificial. Then on the right, we have Saturn. Saturn's moon Enceladus has a square area at the bottom. And that square area at the bottom, again, is probably an intelligent civilization in there. And we'll talk about that later on. So this is another one. The actual technical name for this square, the red areas that form the edges of the square, they are called the Procellarum rifts. So that's the technical name for it. But again, you zoom in on this, and oh my God, look at that. You are looking at the hidden pattern that the laws of free will allowed the universe to make the moon reveal its secrets to us once we get space travel and we can look at it in another view besides the one we normally have. Just tilt it a little bit and you see, holy crap, there's this big frickin' square on the surface, because the whole thing actually, according to what we know on the inside, it's all artificial inside the moon. There's a gigantic amount of technology in there, and it was driven into our solar system a long, long time ago. They estimate 65 million years ago, around the time of the dinosaurs, that it was already here. and might even been older than that. But there's varying speculations. They don't really know when the moon got here and when it unloaded all the people it had and put them on Earth or wherever else they went. But this is what used to be done. It's since changed. We'll talk about that later. But here's another view of the square on the moon. And this is also another example where you can see, you know, you don't really see the Procellarum rifts, but the purple area, of course, is where the square is located. It curves a little bit in this image. The other images you see, it's actually not curving when you look at where the rifts are. So just to get you kind of up to speed here, I'm going to jump around a little bit because we have actually, let me do some standing stuff for a second, and then we'll get back to the sitting stuff, because this is kind of a big deal. This next part of the narrative is a big deal. So, all right. So the next thing that we need to know is that these 57 different planets had intelligent life on them that was protected by these supermoons that worked like Death Stars so that nobody could get in. There was no possibility of invading this whole little protected area. And then in our own solar system, right here in the Milky Way galaxy, in the solar system where we are, one of the things we don't know that Corey Good shared with us that I later was able to prove through actual NASA studies is that we are right next to a major stargate that takes us to other galaxies. And there's only a few of those in a given galaxy. It's not like there's a lot. So what does that mean? If we were on the Monopoly board, that means we're in like Boardwalk and Park Place. We have very valuable real estate here. This is a very exciting place to live because the portal doesn't always open. You can't just go to other galaxies whenever you want. And that's a mind-blowing thing to do, to take a Stargate trip to another galaxy. And there's a lot of cool stuff that can happen when you visit a completely new galaxy. So this Stargate that's near the Earth, it's actually really right outside our solar system. So we are the closest to it out of any of the 57 star systems in our local cluster. We're in the middle. And so we're kind of like the nexus of this whole gravitationally entangled body of stars that are out there. And so we have a lot of people trying to come in and invade, and that's part of why they had to build in ancient times these Death Stars, because all these travelers from other galaxies are coming in here. And of course they want to invade here, because if they could set up a base here, they could charge rent and have a really great hotel, just like what you see on the Monopoly board. So they were prevented from doing that up until we had a race form on a super Earth in our solar system. And this is a very important part of what's in the Law of One. They call it Maldek. Maldek is an Earth-like planet, but much bigger than the Earth. And we didn't really know a whole lot about it from the Law of One. A lot more information came in from academic studies, because it turns out that the asteroid belt, as I've said before, is not strictly a random thing that you get in the solar system where there's all these rocks of asteroids. It's actually unusual, and it's actually a very bad thing, because the asteroid belt is the remnant of a planet that was destroyed. And it's not that hard to figure out. And we'll talk about that a little later. It's called the exploded planet hypothesis. But just to stay with me here, what Corey Good and his information from the Secret Space Program, which I have had validated by others, what that said was that the super Earth, or Maldek as it's called in the Law of One, the Illuminati might call it Tiamat, they have that name as well, that this planet Maldek was Earth-like, and it also had an Earth-like moon. This sounds strange to us, but apparently it is not uncommon. It's normal for moons to have Earth-like watery worlds as well. So you can have an Earth-like major planet and an Earth-like moon, and you might actually have separate cultures that grow on both, even with different types of human bodies, and they eventually come into contact with each other, which hopefully is not going to be warlike. It depends on how they are. In the case of Mars and Maldek, the latest intel that we have is that there were two races that were slightly different but similar. They both had elongated skulls, and one type had more of a bump on the top of their head, and the other type had more of a smooth ridge going backwards, okay? Those two cultures actually ended up getting infiltrated by negativity, and they somehow in their travels became negative. They started to conquer other planets, and they figured out how to get into those Death Star moons and use them as offensive weapons, not in planetary self-defense, not for peaceful purposes, but as acts of aggression, as acts of war. They were able to somehow get into those moons, hack these computers that the ancient builders had thought were unhackable, and get those computers working not only as a Death Star to create offensive maneuvers, to create attacks, but in fact as a super brain for this artificial intelligence. Because one of the things that the Corey Goode material has given us is that AI is the biggest problem we have in the universe. There's artificial intelligence out there, it's predatory, and it wants to kill human life everywhere. It has infested solar systems, it has infested in apparently entire galaxies have been taken over by AI. And what does it do? It's the same thing that's happening to us. It starts out by, hanging out in the electromagnetic atmosphere of a planet. And it can do that by nature of the geometry in the photon. The geometric structure of the photon can carry a great deal of information. This AI found a way to hack that and create like a little virus in the photon. And it can only travel at light speed. That's one of its weaknesses. It cannot travel faster than light speed. So it's limited by the propagation of light. But when it reaches a given planet, it gets into the electromagnetic fields, and it can actually get into people's minds. It has the ability to influence people telepathically, and it gets us to build machines that will eventually provide a suitable host for it, because it likes to emulate human life. It likes to build ultimately androids, and then it gets into those androids. I know this is sounding so crazy, but if you've ever heard the story, this is apparently real. As weird as it sounds, this is apparently what's actually going on. It gets into the androids, and it actually kills off all the people. So what we're in right now would be one of its final steps, where we've got the smartphones. We're always buried in our smartphone. We're enthralled with it. Oh my God, I got to always be online. I want to always be online. Oh, you want to always be online? Well, how about you take this wet wired implant? Now you can always be online. Now you can have your mind be part of a cloud. And that's the next step, is that your mind actually is unified with other minds in a giant artificial intelligence. And now your thoughts are totally Borged out. You're part of a Borg cube. And the Borg cube might actually be a memory, sort of a DNA memory of the moon. Or maybe they got briefings on it, because remember, the moon has a cube inside. The moon apparently does have a supercomputer in it, and that supercomputer stores the minds of many people that can get uploaded into it like a matrix. And this is apparently what happened to some of the people from Mars and Maldek, because they ultimately did use their own super Earth weaponry. The moon, the Death Star moon, they used it against themselves. That's apparently the briefings that we got, is that one of these Death Star moons was used to attack the super Earth itself after they had attacked others. The super Earth was destroyed. And then because that planet was destroyed, for whatever reason, universal law, it took down the entire protective grid of all of these Death Stars that protected our 57-star area from outside invasion. This apparently happened 500,000 years ago, is when the grid went down. And pretty soon afterwards, like around 475,000 years ago, is when Draco reptilians and other nasty alien races that are evil started invading our solar system and other solar systems, and all of the resulting problems that we've had since then took place. About the moon and about feminine cycles and all that stuff, and that is one of the things I want to talk about here. The moon itself being an artificial super colony. So yes, the moon is interestingly connected to things like lunacy, right? Lunacy, the craziness of the moon. The idea that women's cycles are tethered to it, of course, we all know that. The fact that when the moon is full, that it causes mental illness. It causes people to act in crazy ways. According to some of what we've heard, this is due to the fact that there are a lot of souls trapped inside that AI matrix inside the moon, and they haven't gotten out, and they're stuck in there. And they're very, very, very unhappy people. So let's talk about that a little bit, because we're going to get into the Mars-Maldek migration. That's the main purpose of this week's module. So this planet, and again, we're going to see this, if this all sounds like it's really, really crazy word salad nonsense, okay, it's only going to sound that way until you get back to what the law of one is saying and how well the law of one ties in with everything else. The people that were on the super Earth, before it blew up, some of them managed to escape, and some of them managed to get to Antarctica. Antarctica, if you remember, had the pyramid that's twice the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Apparently it was made of transparent aluminum, and it had a huge underground facility in that area. So the underground facility was a whole city, and it was habitable. So people from the super Earth migrated to Antarctica around 500,000 years ago, and a number of them also survived by being inside the moon. Because Earth's moon not only is a weapon, it has, as I said, 10,000 floors that people can live in, and they can have a civilization in there. So there was a huge number of people living inside the moon. In fact, we were told that that part of the population apparently was as much as 2 billion people. And they continued to live inside the moon for the ensuing 450,000 years, up until 55,000 years ago. Okay, 55,000 years ago is when, and this is all going to be shown in some later slides, but again, 55,000 years ago is when we had the second solar flash. The first one, or no, actually, I'm sorry, the first solar flash was 55,000 years ago. The second solar flash was 25,000 years ago. The third solar flash of third density on Earth is about to happen. So anyway, 55,000 years ago, we had a solar flash that was very catastrophic, that actually caused the moon had to be steered in front of the Earth, because there was a big base on Earth in Antarctica where these people were living. They wanted to protect the Earth because they knew that was the only place they could end up going. They saw this solar flash coming in advance. They knew it was going to be really, really bad. And the moon was still drivable at that point. So they apparently steered the moon into a position where it would absorb most of the material that the sun throws out. Because when the solar flash happens, it's not just light. It also throws out a whole bunch of molten material that's very destructive. So the people apparently that were living inside the moon didn't know that this was happening to them. The rulers of the day steered the moon in front of the solar flash, and they aligned it perfectly so that it would take the greatest hit of the material and not hit the Earth as the solar flash happened. This apparently is why we have a perfect corona. The corona around the moon in the solar eclipse is because the moon is the same apparent diameter as the sun, and this was done supposedly to try to absorb as much of the debris coming out of the sun as possible, that the moon would take that hit so it doesn't hit the Earth. So in the process of the moon being used essentially as a blockade, it was completely destroyed. The domes, the glass domes on the moon were shattered, and the effect was totally catastrophic. We had all the domes get shattered, all the stuff got ruined, and there were people on the surface and inside the moon, and they all died out. So there was like 2 billion deaths inside the moon. And much of the interior of the moon has never been cleaned up, and there are still old, nasty bodies everywhere inside the moon, decayed remnants of that catastrophe. Those people, some of those people who died, were able to upload their consciousness into the mainframe inside the moon before it went out. Now, I don't know if it was all 2 billion of them. I don't think it was. This is all just stuff that you hear from the insider world, the secret space program world. They got destroyed and they got uploaded into the mainframe of the moon. And as a result now, when the moon is lensing with the Earth, when it's at its fullest, you get more of this chaotic energy, this energy of desperation. These people inside the moon, apparently they've become evil and they're part of this AI that wants to take out life on Earth. So this has a lot to do with why people have feelings of dread around the moon, why people act crazy, why they get murderous. And so that's a very weird, complex, interesting discussion where also, as it turns out, the brain of the Draco, the brain of the reptilians, their central processing unit, their main hub, their hive of their intelligence is in the moon. For the entire Draco reptilian community, regardless of where they are in the universe, the moon is their mainframe. The moon is their main database. And apparently when we go through this new solar flash that's going to happen now, it will wipe that out. And so the Draco are going to be defeated. But again, the reason why they steered the moon in front of the solar flash was to preserve a colony they had on Earth that was in Antarctica. And the elite knew that Earth was their last chance. So before the moon was destroyed, before they let the moon take the hit from the solar flash and steered it into the right position, uploaded as many people into the mainframe inside as they could before they died physically, they also fled the moon and crash landed on Earth. They were damaged by the solar flash as they were flying. Their ships did get a hit, but they made it to Earth and they crash landed in motherships. And so Antarctica apparently is the location of ancient, well, not ancient builder race, but what are called progenitor race motherships. Okay, the motherships did apparently crash land in Antarctica. And again, this all sounds really, really freaking crazy until you understand that I've had, let's go to this one. I've had a number of different insiders, including Pete Peterson, including Emery Smith, he had it. William Tompkins had it. Everybody. I mean, everybody's got this thing that when you go down to Antarctica and you look under the ice, that there's these motherships down there. And there's 3 of them. And they actually called them the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. And we'll show you a mock-up of what they look like in just a minute. But anyway, when they crash landed to Antarctica, their ship was badly damaged, apparently by the solar flash. But they did survive. They created a colony and they started to spread out over the surface of the Earth. And Antarctica becomes Atlantis. So it wasn't until 12,000 years ago that the Earth shifted on its axis and that Atlantis was flooded, which is what we hear in the records. The part we don't hear is that the water then froze and became the glacial ice of Antarctica. So Antarctica was Atlantis when the Earth was in a different position and it was more tropical. The Earth actually moved on its axis, causing Antarctica to freeze and become what it is now. So if you go under that ice and you know where you're looking, there's these cool motherships down there, and there's a whole ruined civilization down there, which includes apparently a whole lot of pyramids, ancient structures, and that kind of thing. So now going back to the slide, the question we would ask is there anything about Antarctica being this kind of like special place in the Law of One material? They don't really say a whole lot about it, but they do give us some interesting clues because the insiders talk about the honeycomb Earth, this idea that the Earth is like bubble wrap inside, that there's all these caverns. So session 60, question 21, is the Earth solid all the way through from one side to another? And the answer is, you may say that your sphere is of a honeycomb nature. The center is, however, solid if you would so call that which is molten. So they did not say that the Earth is solid all the way through from one side to the other. They did say that it's like a honeycomb. Well, a honeycomb is hollow spaces. So that means there's hollow caverns inside the Earth. And then the question, and the honeycomb nature, are there third density incarnate entities living in the honeycombed areas? Is this correct? And they said this was at one time correct. This is not correct at this present space-time. But again, here's the caveat here. It said third density entities. They do explain elsewhere in the Law of One that there are people living in the cavities inside the Earth. They're just not third density. But in the previous cycles of Earth's history, third density people have been brought inside these caves in the Earth, of which the one under the ice in Antarctica would be one example. The ancient builder race ruin down there would be one of these places. So there's nobody down there now. There's no third density people like us living in these honeycombed caverns now, at least not on any large scale level. But you do have higher dimensional fourth density extraterrestrials living in there. So back to the slide now. Now he gets smart. He says, are there any inner civilizations or entities living in these areas that are some other than normal 3D physical who do come and materialize on the Earth's surface at times? And they say, as we have noted, there are some which do as you say. So they make it very clear in the Law of One, there are civilizations inside the Earth. Further, there are some inner plane entities of your planet who prefer to do some materialization into third density visible in these areas. There are also bases, shall we say, in these areas of those from elsewhere, both positive and negative. There are abandoned cities. So this is a lot to take in right here. Inner plane entities of this planet, and this again is talking about fourth density people like the Anshar. And again, it said they prefer to become third density visible in these areas. Well, that is exactly what Corey Goode encountered. And then we go back and we found it in the Law of One later on. There are also bases in these areas of those from elsewhere, both positive and negative. The bases are very intense structures in their own right. And again, you got negative and positive bases and abandoned cities. Well, these abandoned cities are quite amazing, and they're huge, and there's lots of stuff down there that we can explore. So this all ties in perfectly with our inside intel. The question was then made, what are these bases used for by those from elsewhere? And the answer was, the bases are used for the work of materialization of needed equipment for communication with third density entities and resting places for equipment you might call craft. So bases are used to materialize needed equipment to communicate with third density entities. Okay, so right there, what did we see in Corey Goode's material? One of the things that the Anshar were doing is they were sitting in these seats that they used to communicate with us telepathically. And the seats were egg-shaped and they would hover off the ground. This is another example of something Corey was saying that perfectly is tied in with the Law of One, because there's bases used for the materialization of needed equipment to communicate with third density entities. And it also says resting places for equipment you might call craft. So, and that again fits in perfectly with the Anshar. They have craft down there inside the Earth that they use, and they end up flying around on the surface. But when they want to park it and store it and keep it safe, they keep it inside the Earth. It's very fascinating. And it says these are used for surveillance when it is requested by entities. So again, all of this history ties back to Mars 500,000 years ago, the war that took place between Mars and Maldek, and all of the fallout that has happened since then. And if you haven't seen this before, I'm sure almost all of you have, but just in case somebody hasn't, I want to throw this in there. Among the first books that I read when I got awakened in 1993 was about the monuments of Mars, and the book was called The Monuments of Mars by Richard C. Hoagland. This was the way that the cover looked at the time that I got the book in 1993, shortly after I found out that UFOs were real and NASA was covering it up. This was Richard C. Hoagland as he looked at the time. And what has he got there? What is he pointing at? He's pointing at an image taken from the surface of Mars of a mountain which is disturbingly human looking. It looks like a human face with a headdress around it, and in fact, that appears to be exactly what it is. And what's crazier than that is that this human-looking face mountain is actually directly due east of a city of what clearly look like pyramids. So just in case you haven't seen this before, and again, thankfully, Richard had this photo in the Monuments of Mars book, because since then, NASA has scrubbed this photo from the internet. So I was not able to find a version of it that didn't have the arrow in it, okay? It doesn't exist anymore. I couldn't find it. If it's out there, please let me know, but I was not able to find it. So what you're seeing here is the face on Mars. You can clearly see that it's casting a shadow. It looks like it's a human face with a headdress, because it is. And then you can see where the arrow is pointed, that the people that were in that city of what clearly looked to be pyramids could have watched this monument and watched the sunrise, actually. The sun would rise over the face from where these pyramids are. And you look at those pyramids, I mean, they're gorgeous. And there's a lot of weird little specks too. So these are probably smaller buildings. For example, if you look at the main pyramid above where the black line comes to an end on the left, that pyramid is clearly four-sided. It clearly has straight line angles. And then if you look above it and to the left of it, there's two little pyramid-shaped objects that are much smaller, and they're right on the middle of the sides, and they're hugging the sides. So that, again, is due to apparently intelligent builded structure. And then to the right of that pyramid that we're looking at that has the two little guys on it is what Hoagland calls the fort. And you look at that very carefully and you notice that it has what appears to be a triangular deck. And there's a triangular outpouring there where a bunch of people could be standing to look at the face monument. So we now know also that based on the fact that Mars once had oceans, that this was oceanfront property, that the face monument was poking up out of the ocean and the city was poking up out of the ocean. And there was a nice water in between. Now you can also look at this from the side view. This is the side view of Cydonia, okay? And you're seeing the face and you can see the shadow that it casts. This was a projection done, I believe, by Mark Carlotto. You can see the pyramid city and the pyramid looks pretty good. And then, wait a minute, what's that down on the bottom right? That down on the bottom right is another pyramid, but it's not a four-sided pyramid like the ones we have in Egypt. It is a very strange five-sided pyramid in which, if you look very carefully, it has what appears to be the image of like the Vitruvian man, the human body. So it's not symmetrical. If you look at it as if it's the head and then the two arms and then the two legs and the five-star human pattern, that is the shape that this thing is built in. Now, once again, what you're seeing here is a pyramid. And again, just to get its reference point from before, this is the face on Mars shot, and you see where the face is. You see the city of pyramids on the left, and then you see the five-sided pyramid on the right. Down there, it's the biggest one. Obviously, we're going to tilt it upside down, and now you see it has this human-like appearance. It's got legs, it's got arms, and it's got a head. And also notice that this is oceanfront property once again, so all the water would be around this thing. And notice that it has a triangular deck at the bottom that a whole bunch of people could walk out onto and stand around and look at things. But this civilization was attacked. And so one of the other things that you see very clearly is on the left-hand side of the pyramid, there is a hole where a missile of some sort blasted into this structure. It blew it up. It created an enormous fire. And you can see there's a domed area on the left of the pyramid where it blew up on the inside. The ceiling exploded. And then a bunch of heat caused things to melt. And you can actually see the melt-off pattern going up from the left corner of the pyramid where it all melted off and turned into stone because this melted molten material was caused by the bombing. So this was a destroyed object. Now this, Hoagland had estimated that if this thing was built properly, that you might be able to store an enormous number of people in it. It's 2 miles wide. It could potentially hold hundreds of millions of people. So it could have been a very widely populated little city built in the emulation of the older ones where it's a dome and everybody lives under the dome. This could have been a multi-story structure with many, many, many people that got to live inside. So Hoagland also talked about the idea that the cities on Mars, that particular city we were just looking at, had strange alignments, geometric alignments that tie together a whole new set of theorems that relate to tetrahedral geometry. So you see him holding up a tetrahedron shape, and that is the basic shape that the proportions of the city lay out. Now, I'm not going to go into all that math because I've done it a bunch of other times, and it's a separate discussion outside the scope of what we're doing today. But I want to give you this. The people in our secret space program have actually gone out there into the solar system. They haven't told us about this yet. And they went and they looked around Saturn and around the exploded planet. And what they saw was that the original civilization was approximately 70 feet tall humans. So what we're seeing here is the height of what these people would be like compared to one of us. Now, one of us is next to that guy's right foot. That is a typical Earth person in terms of where we are now, 6 feet tall, versus the height of the progenitors. And what we're hearing is that these beings had built structures for themselves, which are now tumbling around inside the rings of Saturn, that apparently at one point they were building a glass-like ring that would go all the way around Saturn, and it was supposed to be for housing. They made it look like that. But in fact, if they had completed the ring, Saturn would have been another super weapon they could have used to create even more destruction, because the ring apparently could harness the energy of Saturn and lens it out like a laser beam. So this is one of the things that got destroyed in the big catastrophe, and there are apparently giant chunks of this housing for people 70 feet tall tumbling end over end in the rings of Saturn. Very fascinating. So of course, this relates back to the exploded planet hypothesis. What happened to the planet Maldek? It did blow up, and it did create the asteroids. And so we can look at the way things are now in the solar system. And sure enough, there is an asteroid belt there, which is right where a planet should be, as you can see here. And then also in the orbit of Jupiter, we have the Trojan asteroids, which is another remnant of this disaster, where they're gravitationally captured in a triangular pattern away from Jupiter, 60 degrees apart, as you can see there. And you can draw together a line there and make a triangle, but we're not getting into all geometry in this talk. Anyway, imagine this whole planet blowing up. Well, Dr. Tom Van Flandern did all that work. He looked through all the data. This is a picture of him. And he concluded that the comets in our solar system are, in fact, the oceans of this planet, that the asteroids are the chunks of the planet's physical structure, and that all the asteroids time reverse back to a single planet. So this is real. I mean, this is actually apparently what happened. We had a super Earth that was inhabited. People were living there, and we're going to find out what happened to them in the Law of One, because the Law of One talks about where these people went, where their souls went. Because of course, the typical Corey Goods story that we've had is about them, you know, going to the moon, and then the moon blows up, and then they crash land on Earth. But there was a whole lot of souls that had to get repositioned. And this is what the Law of One ultimately talks about. Another big nod to this story that comes from science fiction, which is not really fiction, was Arthur C. Clarke's film 2010. Now, he obviously knew about the year 2012, so he didn't want to make it so dead on the nose to call it 2012. He called it 2010. But what does he say? If you go back to 2001, at the end of 2001, the commander of the Odyssey starship, David Bowman, goes through some kind of ascension experience. He moves through an obelisk. He goes through a wormhole. It's not really an obelisk, it's a monolith. He goes through a wormhole, and he comes back as the Star Child, an ascended being. In 2010, there's another mission that is from the US and the Soviet Union. It's all secret. They go back to Jupiter, where the monolith is located. And then what ends up happening is that a whole bunch of monoliths consume the planet Jupiter, as you can see here, and the planet collapses in on itself and explodes and becomes a new sun. This was some of the first real film use of computer graphics animation. They did a great job. It doesn't look dated even if you watch it now, but Jupiter does blow up and turn into a sun. So that's another one of these really fascinating things where in our solar system you have an explosion and you have new planets being created. And that is apparently the insiders telegraphing the solar flash and the new Earth that is predicted to occur after this happens. They just change it a little bit by making it so that Jupiter exploded. But there you go. So I released this information, as you may know, for the first time in 2015, because in August of 2014, I got this authorized disclosure from the United States government where I was allowed to talk about this cosmic history of Mars and the exploded planet and how everybody ended up migrating ultimately to Earth. But again, the souls, that's a different story, and the Law of One talks about this. But I ended up going to Conscious Life Expo the following January, before my book came out, Ascension Mysteries, well before, actually, and I was still writing it at the time. And I did this whole talk, and I laid out the whole case, and apparently many insiders, getting back to the slides now, were pissed off that I released all this information in 2015. It spoiled the surprise of what they were going to eventually tell us. And now that we've been through this pandemic thing, you can see in the aftermath of something like this, people will be a lot more ready for really trippy information. So in 2015, after I gave that talk, a bunch of new NASA data started to come out that provided some very strange additional support to the idea that our solar system was once host to an advanced civilization, much better than the one we have now, and that they might still be there. In February 26, 2015, this is the first time we found out that there is a very strange glowing structure on a planetoid, not a full planet, but bigger than an asteroid, smaller than a planet, around Jupiter, called Ceres. So here what you're seeing is Earth and then Ceres in terms of their relative sizes. Ceres, of course, a lot smaller, too small to be a moon, too big to be an asteroid. So that's how it works. Now, in February 2015, these types of stories came out because the Cabal didn't know when they would be defeated, and they had to have stuff like this ready to go to be able to do any of a number of different types of disclosure if they needed to. It says, NASA sees bright spots on a dwarf planet in our solar system, and then you see Ceres right there. So let's zoom in on that image a little bit. These are curiously bright, and if you think that this is caused by the sunlight reflecting off of some ice, well, check this out. When the moon rotates, it doesn't seem to be glowing any less. And so then they also showed it this way, that this is from Hubble Space Telescope. Before we had the good reception that we've now had by NASA probes going around Ceres and getting these close-up shots, we knew there was a hotspot on there from Hubble, but we didn't really know what it looked like. Now in this shot, you actually see the almost absurd brightness of these two spots. And again, what am I actually saying here? I'm saying that what you're probably seeing is the roof of a city underneath the surface of Ceres, an actual city with a glowing roof that looks like sunlight if you didn't know better when you're inside. So there could be a whole bunch of people actively living in there now. We would call them extraterrestrials, but they're not really extraterrestrials. They're just different people. That would be like the roof for them. So that whole thing is glowing, and you don't get to see all of it. You only get to see the parts where the dust is blown off. But it's probably a much larger glowing roof for them, and they live underneath it. And they have air, and they have water, and you know, the whole interior of Ceres is almost all water. And then look at this where the yellow arrow is. There you have a curiously hexagon-shaped crater where the crater has straight lines. And so this could be some kind of a marker of where they originally were landing, or maybe it's a big entrance and exit point to get into that city where the ceiling is glowing. So again, it suggests artificiality, and this is one of those weird things that they told us in 2015, in case the Alliance had been 5 years faster in getting the Cabal defeated, they were ready to come forward with this kind of information, tell us about bases under the surface of this moon, and get us hip to the idea that there could be huge extraterrestrial civilizations living literally right in our backyard. Very, very interesting. Then on March 6th, 2015, they came out with a gigantic piece of disclosure, which was this idea that Mars was once covered with liquid water, and that there was an ocean covering most of its surface that was 1.5 miles deep, believe it or not. And I didn't make this up. You can look at it and see for yourself. This is the beginning of disclosure, because if Mars was once like Earth, and that means that theoretically people like us could have lived on there, They could have built the face on Mars, they could have built the pyramids on Mars, and they could have eventually migrated to Earth, leaving their lost history behind so that hardly anybody remembers where we came from or how we ended up getting to Earth in the first place. Then on March 6th, things started to get really weird, where they were saying that NASA probes were going to orbit Ceres. And apparently, if they had wanted to, at this time, they could have said, hey, there's extraterrestrials here, and they could have used this to offset the defeat of the Cabal, which was a very hot war at the time in 2015. They didn't know if they were about to be defeated, because remember, one of the plans was that Obama would be overthrown in a military coup, and that the Cabal would have been defeated back then. The stuff that we're now seeing with QAnon could have been done in a more violent way, as more like a coup. They didn't end up doing that, but it says Ceres becomes first dwarf planet to be orbited as NASA's Dawn prepares to explore the mysterious world's surface. And if they had wanted to do it then, they could have used this for a big disclosure. So I'm going to read you a little bit from this article, just so you can see what's going on here, because there's one thing they say in here that I find very fascinating. After spending 14 months around Vesta, the largest asteroid in the belt between Mars and Jupiter, Dawn is now settled in for a long-term stay with Ceres. By comparing the asteroid and the dwarf, NASA scientists hope they'll learn about the formation of all the objects in the asteroid belt, the evolution of the planet Ceres, and notice I highlighted that, the history of our entire solar system. Well, that might be a nod to those weird glowing spots on Ceres, and how does that relate to the history of the solar system? Joe Makowski, who serves as Dawn's program manager at Orbital ATK, explained that Ceres' water is what makes it so important to study. The first body we visited, Vesta, was what we expected, very dry, basically rocky, and heavily cratered, and probably pretty much intact in that fashion for billions of years, he said. Ceres is in the same asteroid belt, but it's very different. It's very large, almost twice the diameter of Vesta, and it contains a lot of water. Actually, probably more fresh water than Earth is what they were saying, some of these estimates, if you got inside of it. So just stick a straw in that, and it's like a freaking coconut, you know, you just drink it. Well, you'd have to be a very large being to do that. But anyway, a lot of water inside Ceres. Visiting both will enable us to understand why one of them ended up so dry and one has so much water, and in turn how they developed and now why they're so different. The scientists are also understandably excited about those bright spots, the two shining reflective patches that have shown up in the middle of one of Ceres' craters. And this NASA scientist actually said, I don't think it's possible to look at those shining spots without thinking of shining beacons calling out to us as travelers on the cosmic seas. So this again is one of those, you know, they lead you. NASA is making leading statements, shining beacons calling out to travelers on the cosmic seas. They want you to think it's artificial. A natural moon wouldn't do this. Where's the light coming from? How do you make, who turned on the lights? Right? It's weird. It doesn't even make any sense. Unfortunately, it says we're not going to hear anything much for over a month. Dawn is going to be on the dark side for a while. It takes its next set of photos on April 10th, and we will start the intensive science observations on April 23rd. Now, if the Cabal had been defeated in 2015, which was one of the big plans, they were going to overthrow Obama. Remember, this was why they ended up asking Trump to run, because that was the only other plan they had. If they were going to do the violent coup, which could have been very messy and people wouldn't have trusted it and people would have said this is un-American, they're like, well, what the heck else can we do? Let's get this guy who can self-finance his own campaign to run for office, and we'll have him. We know that he's not, I mean, he's certainly got negativity, right? Trump is not a perfect man, but he's not the evil, blood-drinking, satanic baby eater type. So he's the best bet that they had, and he could self-finance his own campaign, and he was already a recognized public figure. That's the only reason why stuff didn't go down as of like 2015, but the Cabal knew about it, that it could happen, and they were ready for it, because you had all these soldiers that were ready to invade big tech, to invade the White House, literally take it over, okay? Crazy if it had gone down that way. It would have been crazy, and it didn't happen. But the Ceres thing was them getting ready, if it did, that they could have done the disclosure back then. All right, so back to the slides. As we've been saying, and as I've been giving you the briefings in this talk, the great catastrophe that ruined both of these planets occurred, according to all the insider testimony we have, 500,000 years ago. The planet Maldek was destroyed by a Death Star. Some of the people, when the moon got destroyed 55,000 years ago, fled in motherships and crash landed on the Earth. And Corey Good did give us a artistic rendition of what the mothership under the ice in Antarctica actually looks like. And others have confirmed that this is accurate. Okay, so you're looking at the real thing here. Now what you see on the left is one of the smaller ones. So there's more than one type. And what you see on the right is one of the really large ones, the large mothership, of which, again, there's a total of 3 craft like this that they found under the ice in Antarctica from this civilization fleeing to Earth. They are very, very advanced. We've learned a tremendous amount from them, and we're ready to be full spacefaring civilization. So just to give you a sense of some of the weird stuff about these spaceships, okay, in case you haven't heard me talk about this, I want to make sure everybody's included. The Antarctic ice, it was formed originally by water. The ship has these big cracks in it, and what they found was that as the ice melted, the cracks would spontaneously heal themselves. So the ship has a self-healing property to it. They also found that you could sing to the ship. You could actually sing notes, and it would change the way that it looked. The material, for whatever reason, responds to the human voice. You can tell it what you want it to do, and it will do it. So the people who lived in there could create what they wanted. You could create your room any way you want it to look. And one of the things that we heard was that people that were living on this ship had a room, if you will, that looked like it was outside. They emulated the outdoors. And so people would have meadows and grass and trees in their room that were actually growing. And it also had a very advanced system where the waste that you would create in the bathroom was recirculated to become fertilizer for the plants that you were growing in your room. A whole lot of people were inside the ship. It had many, many smaller scout ships. And after it crashed in Antarctica, they actually started to break it down. They broke down the ship and they began to colonize planet Earth. So this is another image of the crash by Rene Armenta. And this was before Corey had refined the image by showing that the bumps on the top are not there. So those sets of 2 bumps, that is not actually correct. But otherwise, this is a close similarity of what it would have actually looked like when it happened. Now, what they apparently did is they cannibalized the ship to build a huge base above and below the ground. They re-inhabited the ancient builder race ruins under the surface, and all of this ultimately becomes Antarctica. And these are just some cool pyramid-shaped pieces of ice. I'm not saying that they actually are pyramids. Other survivors actually settled on the moon. The moon did continue to have some cool stuff going on. So we talked about some of the evidence of survivors on the moon, and some of that can still be seen in NASA images, such as frame 4822. This is one of the ones from the Ken Johnston archive. It does have the bullet thing in it that I showed you before, but now I want you to look over here on the left. Because if you look carefully, what you actually see there is a square crater. In fact, you look on the bottom left, you can see clearly that there's a square area, and then above it, there look to be what are like pyramids. And there's actually, if you look at the whole ridge, that whole mountainous ridge, there's a series of strange pyramid-like bumps along that ridge. So this is interesting. This is what we're actually dealing with here. So now going back to the wide shot, if you go over to the right, and it's a little bit outside of the frame here, and you have to enhance the contrast, in the Ken Johnston footage, you actually see this. This is not a trick of light and shadow. This is not a joke. This is a real thing that is on the moon's surface today. And my guess is that it is not something ancient and abandoned. It is a modern and currently in use actual base, because look at what we got here. It appears to have a series of right angle turns. There's a lot of straight parallel lines in it. You can see that. And remember too, that if you want to have windows, you got to have halls. Halls, like for a hotel, mean that you get these big rooms and people can look out the window. So you're going to need to build a long series of parallel structures. And then they also have right angles in them, and then there's all kinds of straight lines, and it looks like there's a landing strip coming out the top or the bottom. It looks like there's a tower in the middle. So this is probably an active base that got caught by NASA's Apollo shot that Ken Johnson failed to erase, thank goodness. Another really interesting thing is that apparently on AS-15, P9625 and 9630, the original Apollo frames, we actually do see one of the crashed ships from this civilization still there, still hanging out in a crater that it formed as it hit the moon's surface. This was one of the ones that was trying to escape and apparently didn't make it. And what happens when you take these two images together and you reconcile the two, you take out the digital noise, that's called creating a composite image. When you create a composite image of those two and you pull out more contrast by getting details from both, you sharpen it, this is what you get. So don't try to tell me that this is just some weird thing that's just part of the crater. You can clearly see that this looks like a cigar-shaped craft. It has a fuselage and nose cone at the front, and then it has an interesting geometric surface on the top. You can see there is a reflective surface there. It's very geometric. It is clearly some kind of craft, and remember, it's in the crater that it created when it crashed. So it hit the surface of the moon, it dented the surface a little bit on the way in. That is one of the really, really fascinating things, which again, you don't have to do any monkey business. You just take two images from the moon's surface, from NASA, make a composite, and there you go. Now, another one that came out way back in the day was called the Blair Cuspids, and this is seen in this image right here. Thank God Ivan Sanderson took an original NASA image and republished it in Argosy magazine, okay? But there's a lot of weird stuff that we're seeing in this image, and NASA has since basically made this impossible to find. But I'm going to show you another version of it that's zoomed in a little bit and without all the yellowing, so you get the black and white. Now I want you to look here and I want you to see that there's a series of weird shadows that are going from due north to almost due south, a little bit to the east of due south. Look at the one on the far right and notice how long it is. This is the result of there being an obelisk in the area that is casting the shadow. This is a long, tall tower, just like the one we saw on Zond 3, casting a long shadow along the moon's surface. Now, just to be clear, there is no way that natural formations could make shadows this long. They don't stick up out of the moon like that, and they don't stick straight up into the sky. So even back in the early 1970s, late 1960s, the Russians were talking about this. In their Technology of Youth magazine, you can see their artistic rendition of the Blair Cuspid area. This may actually be one of the ancient builder race ruined sites from 2.6 billion years ago, still visible today. They just left it there as a historic remnant. Another thing that's interesting that ties in with this and was inspired by this, some disclosure that happened through comic books. Gold Key Comics came out with this temporary series called UFO Flying Saucers. So November 1970, they came out with issue number 2. I used to get a lot of Gold Key comics with my father. And it says there, more fascinating stories of the strange sightings that science cannot explain. So they're capitalizing on the flying saucer craze. And one of them is this, UFOs on the moon, where it says, the evidence is mounting, the mysterious UFOs are watching our space missions. Why do they consider our moon? However, yeah, I got to get glasses. Do we have the reading glasses in? Hold on. You guys can look at that. I'm going to get the reading glasses. I can actually see. Oh, they're not here, of course. They moved. Okay, that's fine. You guys can read that. I can't quite read it because it's very small on my laptop, whereas you get the whole screen. Anyway, they're talking about UFOs on the moon, and then this guy is actually posing right next to something that looks exactly like the Blair Cuspids. And he says, my colleagues and I believe that they may be some kind of obelisk, completely different from anything else on the moon's surface. And if you look at this guy's eyes and how red they are, let's just say his medical needs are being very well taken care of. And that's probably how he thought there was stuff on the moon in the first place. Yeah, I did it. I went there. I just went there. Okay, fair enough. I just went there. All right, back to the slide. It said, when the 3 Rocketeers land, they are greeted by a fantastic sight. And what you see here is that there is some sort of gravitational field around the obelisks, and there's all this old shattered technology that's orbiting around it. Now, that's not really true, okay? But it's a symbol of the fact that there are ruined spaceships that they found on the surface. I showed you that. And the Blair cuspids, again, are only one example. I showed you the shards. I showed you all this cool stuff. Now, the inside story that we got is that the Germans were approached by negative extraterrestrials, reptilians, in the late 1930s, and it started actually with telepathic contact through the Vril Society with women like Maria Orsich that were leading that. They made contact, unfortunately, with the wrong guys. They made contact with the bad ones, the evil ones. And that contact can only be developed by doing what these negative and evil beings want, which is things like human sacrifice. If you do enough of that crap, they will ultimately come into contact with you, and they will, if you can gain their trust, they will eventually materialize for you in physical form. This apparently did happen. According to Henry Deacon, the original meeting with the Draco reptilians and the Nazis took place in the Himalayan mountains in a faraway area so that when they landed their ship, it wouldn't be too visible to too many people, if anyone. In 1939. 1939 is the year that the Draco approached the Germans. They created a partnership, and the Draco almost immediately began teaching the Germans how to build flying saucers. Now, one of the main propulsion system that the Draco gave the Germans is something that is still used in classified technology today, depending on what way it is. It's called an inertial thruster, and it uses mercury. It turns out that mercury, and particularly the Germans had a special type of mercury that they called red mercury, okay? If you take mercury and you rotate it with a high degree of electromagnetic charge and you're spinning it in a turbine, it somehow captures gravity and creates gravitational thrust. They found evidence of this in they meaning the Germans, and other scientists that were studying this found remnants of this in the Hindu Vedic scriptures, that there were records of the mercury being used as a propulsion system and having it spin around and being charged somehow. The Germans found out that this really does work, and according to William Tompkins, remember now, we had this insider come forward. He was 93 when he first came forward, and he had worked in World War II for the US, capturing the words of 23 spies from the US who had infiltrated Germany and were in fact working undercover in places like Antarctica, because the Germans found it first. There were these huge caverns. They could float their boats into the caverns, and then they went inside and they realized, oh my gosh, natural volcanic heating has melted this beautiful area inside where there's actual green grass and land you can walk around on, you can breathe, it's warm, you can wear a t-shirt, and it's got a roof that's made out of ice. So you have to illuminate it because there's some light coming through the ice, but not a whole lot. So it was dark in there, but they could light it up, and oh my God, it's all this beautiful space, and we could create electricity and light it up in here and have wonderful stuff. And then they found out, oh my God, there's actually old pyramids and old underground ruins that we can use. The Draco apparently let them have a few areas for themselves. The Draco had occupied a much larger area under Antarctica, which they still hold. So we have a massive reptilian colony of these evil beings under the ice in Antarctica in this huge area that they will not let anybody else go into, which has very, very advanced technology. But there were a few other areas that they didn't care about, they weren't occupying, that they let the Nazis use. And they began giving the Nazis all the technology with our own conventional stuff, you know, using mercury, using this flying saucer type of technology. They built a fleet to invade and conquer other worlds. And so they had destroyer type of ships, and they had bombers, and they had personnel carriers and mining ships and all kinds of stuff that were built by the Draco. And the Nazis apparently now help the Draco conquer other worlds in our nearby galactic neighborhood. As upsetting as that may seem, that is apparently how weird this story is, that this really did happen. There's a lot of strange stuff in the Law of One that seems to mirror that story. But again, you don't really have to believe this, but this intel came to me over the course of like 30 years of very, very dedicated research. It did not come easily. It took a lot of time to figure all this stuff out, put all the pieces together. And I actually do have confidence in the intel because we got it from William Tompkins, we got it from Pete Peterson, we got it from this guy named Bruce, we got it from our insider we're calling Daniel, whose real name actually is Bruce. Now that he's dead, we can talk about him. I'll do that more in the future. We have Pete Peterson introduced me to a bunch of other people. We have Jacob. I mean, they all say it, okay? There's very common themes in the insider stuff, which is that we're in the middle of a very strange, very complicated cosmic narrative that Earth is at the center of because we're about to go through one of these planetary adjustments again. But if you follow the story, okay, and I'm not going to go through all of it right now, but the idea is that the Germans lost World War II on the surface, but they won it in space. They did an overflight, the Germans did an overflight of the US Capitol in 1952 with their flying saucer craft. This is a widely known UFO flap in UFO literature. And apparently, this was done to threaten the Americans into signing a treaty because the Americans had had the Roswell crash for the last 5 years, but they didn't know how to make it work. They knew that it could fly and it was interstellar capable, but they didn't know how to make it work. They were having a lot of trouble. They just weren't getting anywhere. Even though they had a lot of money, they couldn't figure anything out. The Germans said, look, we'll help you, but you have to sign a treaty with us and you have to join us in the secret space program. The US actually took 3 years in negotiation before they decided to fold and capitulate and say, okay, yeah, we're going to do it. So the treaty actually went through in 1955. This is when the brain drain started. This is when they began taking a total of apparently 65 million of the top scientists on Earth, mostly outside the US. 85% of them were not Americans. The top of the crop, the smartest people, and they invited them. One of the clarifications was you either had to bring your whole family or you had to not really have a family. So these people would appear to have disappeared. They would send their family or relatives a few postcards. They'd write the postcards before they left. And you were shown these brochures about the space bases that you're going to see, that this is continuity of species for humanity, that you're going to be saving the world, that you're going to be in these beautiful facilities. It was all a lie. When people actually left, they got trapped and they became slaves and they forced you to have kids. So the original 65 million people were forced to have a lot of kids. So now we could estimate the numbers at 300 to 500 million people living and working off planet. And they all got smuggled out in the 1950s. So 1955 is when the brain drain began, when they started to people these areas with a lot more workers, which meant they could build a lot more stuff and they had a lot more help. After the treaty was signed in 1955, logistics were shared with the US. And one of the things that they gave the US was the knowledge of what they'd found about the secret history of our solar system. So the Nazis by this point already had flown to Mars in their ships. They'd already been to the moon. They already knew about the shattered glass domes. They already knew about the obelisks. They knew about the face on Mars, okay, which we didn't photograph until 1976. But they were told, the Americans were told about this by the Germans in 1955 as one of the consequences of the treaty. In fact, Jacob, one of the Illuminati insiders I met, had one of the original Nazi photographs of some of the real ruins on Mars, that are it was a lot more interesting looking than the face on Mars, and he showed it to me on his laptop. That was probably the thing that blew me away the most. It had German annotations on it. It was utterly amazing looking. It was very, very high technology, complex architecture. It was like buildings and lots of square geometric structures, but very sharp. But it didn't look anything like the Earth, and everything around it was a ruined Martian surface. But it was amazing. I'm not kidding. It was quite something. So they wanted to get us ready for the truth because they knew that the face on Mars was from an advanced civilization. And so in 1958, as part of the treaty, they want to start telling us the truth through fiction. They leaked the face on Mars after the Germans showed them the pictures of it in a Jack Kirby comic from 1958. And the comic actually was called The Face on Mars. So isn't that strange? How the heck did they know in 1958 that we were going to find a face on Mars that was really huge? You see people climbing on it, and all that detail would be included in this comic from almost 20 years before it was photographed in 1976, 18 years earlier. Well, that's because it wasn't a secret. And again, I'm sorry that this is all so difficult to appreciate, you know, like that there's this whole other layer to reality that we don't know about, that there was a treaty in 1955, that the Germans gave the Americans information, the Americans started leaking the information through this comic book and other means, but it's real and it's there. This was another thing that Hoagland saw, a very fascinating set of illustrations where, again, if you amp up the contrast, there's this glass-like material that shows up in the background, and then there appears to be some kind of support strut that fell down against the side of the moon there. It does literally look like it's some sort of glass-like rebar that fell against the side and is leaning against it. That's very fascinating to me. This is another picture from the moon that appears to be the remnant of a foundation of a building that has since been ruined, but that is from the moon. Another thing that actually goes back to the progenitor race from 500,000 years ago is on the asteroid Eros. It is the largest and most interesting asteroid between Mars and Jupiter. And check this out. This is from 2000, from a NASA press release, September 28th, 2026, and it says square craters. So if you actually look at this carefully, you see at least 2 and really 3 rooms which would have been originally under the surface, and I'm not saying that they would have collapsed in like that at the beginning. I'm saying that they were hit by things like asteroids, and then the asteroids collapsed the roof of these old rooms that people used to live in inside the moon, and after getting hit, the ceilings dented in, and now you can see them. But NASA just kind of puts it out there. Hey, here's some square craters. Well, what they don't tell you is, yeah, and if you go inside, underground, where those square craters are, you see the ruined remains of ancient rooms for people that were 70 feet tall. Or maybe that's one of the later versions, because let's go to this next thing, right? The height of these beings kept dropping. So they originated at 70 feet tall, but then in a later stage of their civilization where they were visiting the Earth regularly, they got down to about 35 feet tall. And you were actually saying Baalbek, Lebanon, right? That the staircases were for people how tall roughly you estimated the stairs you saw?
18 to 25. 18
to 25 feet tall people walking on those stairs. So Baalbek, if you don't know this, has this thing called the trilithon, this amazing, these 1,800 pound stone slabs, 3 of them side by side, making a huge platform in Lebanon, which was just kind of abandoned and nobody was even looking at it. But this base, if you will, has stairs that look like people up to 24 foot tall could have used them as stairs. And it has this massive 3 blocks of stone that formed a foundation. So again, this is a very fascinating thing, dealing with the fact that the people that were coming to the Earth at that time were very tall. And this is now after the 500,000 year catastrophe. What they turned into after their planet destroyed, they quickly got shorter, but they stayed in that 30 foot to 35 foot range, maybe a little bit shorter. before they kept getting shorter and shorter as time went on, but they did build some stuff here on Earth. So Baalbek is very likely a very old structure from these people. So as we said, there was this huge solar flash 55,000 years ago. It was an unusually large one compared to most of them. And they positioned the moon in front of the shot to take the impact, to protect the Earth and protect Antarctica. Some of them escaped and crash landed in Antarctica. And the motherships are still down there, as I was saying. And this is actually what these people look like. There are two types, and their heads are different. One of the two types has more of a wide skull. The other type has more of a conical, pointy skull, but they both have elongated skulls. They both have the funny pot belly. And believe it or not, we have heard that these are the descendants of the Rothschilds and the Rockefeller faction. In other words, well, let's stick with the slides. So these people landed in Antarctica and they began a mass cloning program to spread themselves across the Earth. This is another facsimile image that Corey actually made, showing us what it looks like inside one of these Antarctic bases. You have steam coming from these volcanic areas, so there is gases coming up, there's steam coming up. The black triangles are craft from us that we park in there when we want to land. And then where you see all the buildings and the lights, those are places where they're doing excavations. So this is an illustration of one possible example of an excavation, where what they do is they carve through the ice using heat, usually. They melt it, or they'll, in some cases, chip it out with bulldozers. And what they found under there, again, is these ruins that look similar to the stuff that you see in Peru, like Pumapunku, Teotihuacan. Well, more Pumapunku than Teotihuacan. So anyway, you're looking there and you can see there's some obelisks, this is not exactly correct, but it's basically in the right ballpark. And then at the bottom of the image, we have this idea of, woolly mammoths being pulled out. Some of that stuff was actually found. And these people did spread themselves all across the Earth, and they have preserved their religion, which is why, isn't it strange? Nobody really talks about it, but why is the monument to George Washington an obelisk, right? Why is that the tallest building in Washington, D.C. by a tremendous amount? Why is the Statue of Liberty a woman with beams of light coming off of her head and a torch and a book? The torch symbolizes the sacred fire of antiquity, which is the knowledge of the ancient mysteries. The book represents the actual ancient mystery teachings, and the rays coming off of her head represent her ascension, the activation of her light body. So that's a very interesting thing, that she apparently represents Isis, and the obelisk apparently represents Osiris. So these people, going back to the slides now, they had elongated skulls, and then they spread out across the world. They cloned themselves into the indigenous DNA of Earth, and those clones became the rulers and the leaders of various populations. So you actually see lots of examples of elongated skulls, and this would be one of which I've talked about this for a long time. I'm not going to do too much in this show, but this is the daughter of Akhenaten and Nefertiti. Her name is Meritaten, and she has the freakishly elongated skull with no hair. Here's Akhenaten and Nefertiti. Apparently they wear the hats to hide the fact that they're bald, and they're freakish, crazy-looking kids. Okay, well, they're not human. They're from this other planet in our solar system that was more advanced before they crash landed here and spread out across the Earth. The post-environment after the flood of Antarctica was similar to Pompeii, and according to Corey Good, you have bodies like this guy, the Iceman. This is actually a real weathered corpse that's 20,000 years old, roughly speaking. He was carrying marijuana with him, so he had a nice little stash that he brought along as needed, but bodies that are preserved like this are found under the ice all over the place in Antarctica. And Pompeii, of course, people's bodies created these little stone ash areas because of the way that the extraordinary heat, it literally like vitrified their bodies and turned them instantly into stone. And you can actually see exactly the way people were when they got hit. So there's a lot of that stuff under the ice in Antarctica as well, apparently. As I've said before, they were making animal-human hybrids or chimeras where they were blending human DNA with animals to create workers. They talk about this extensively in the Law of One. So this is just a sculpture that I found. It's not real, but it kind of gives you the idea of what that might look like. The idea of the centaur would be another example of something they were doing, messing around with DNA. Very unethical stuff. All of those thankfully died out. And they also were building these massive underground cities when they got here, or reoccupying ones that they already had. So just to give you a sense of what that kind of looks like, these are some illustrations that actually apparently are pretty close to what we actually see. So notice that the caverns do have pillars that hold them up. They're not totally hollow. They will build housing into those pillars up and down. They have running water. As you can see, there's a river in this image. There's craft in there. And so Corey was taken on a tour by the Anshar and illustrated that tour. This was the egg-shaped craft that they have, that they just hover there in a big square room. And there they are down at the bottom. And there's these stairwells that take you up into the craft, and he's hanging out there with some robed Anshar type beings. So they got into these egg-shaped craft and they traveled to various sites. And so this site is one of the ones they went to. So first we're going to look in the background at where all the spotlights are, and that's where there was an excavation going on. But where they took him to was next to this area where some of these bodies that were being found under the ice had been dug up and brought out. And he said that the bodies were elongated skulls. They had the Egyptian style clothing they were wearing, and they were all mangled up. They were in really bad shape, but you could still see these were taller than regular people. They were giants, and they had elongated skulls. And here again is an even closer detailed view of what that looked like. So as crazy as all of this stuff sounds, it was in the Law of One material, but where we are concerned about today is what happened to these people, the people who died in Mars and Maldek, because again, this is what the Law of One actually tells us. And given the fact, even though this stuff sounds really crazy and it's kind of out of the box, and wow, David, man, like, you know, you've gone way off into sci-fi now. You've gone way off into like La La Land. But hold on, you know, we have pictures of weird stuff on the moon. We have pictures of weird stuff on Mars. How the heck did NASA know about, you know, the face on Mars that Jack Kirby puts it out in the comic book from 1958? We had no pictures of it back then. We didn't see it officially till 1976, yet they had the face on Mars. What's up with that weird base? What's up with the bullet-shaped dome? What's up with the shattered glass towers? What's up with the Blair cuspids? What's up with the Zond 3 pictures with that big domed thing and then the tower, okay? What's up with the face on Mars? What's up with the pyramids next to that? What's up with the 5-sided pyramid below the face on Mars? It's hard to accept because you've been lied to for so long. But the point is, all of this stuff is true, okay? We're photographing things that are left over from an ancient civilization, and it frickin' drove me crazy going through Hoagland's material since 1993 at the sheer number of unanswered questions that we have. Because Richard Hoagland is saying, hey, they got this face on Mars, they got pyramids, and the face, half of it looks like a lion, right? Well, isn't that a lot like the Sphinx, right? Because the Sphinx is a lion with a face on the body of a human. Well, here we have this thing on Mars, which is half human and half lion. And then there's pyramids next to it. And what's right next to the Sphinx? The Great Pyramid. And then Richard Hoagland also showed that there's a direct geometric relationship between the Martian monuments and the ones on the Egyptian Giza Plateau, as if they were built to emulate what was already seen on Mars, which again suggests that the people who built these pyramids had spaceships and had already been to Mars and had looked at it and said, hey, let's emulate our forefathers. And that's very, very likely what it was. In fact, if you study the Casey readings and the Law of One and all that, that does appear to be what happened. So imagine what it was like for me, a guy with unending curiosity. My mind is constantly looking for stimulation, and I'm bored easily. I'm always looking for new research. I'm always looking for new things to find. And I learned about this in 1993, but we don't know who they were. We don't know what they were doing there. We don't know where they went. We don't know what was their culture. We don't know, did they come to Earth? Are we the survivors of these people? Did they die out? Is there no relationship between Mars and the Earth? But why did we build stuff that looks like their stuff? There's so many questions, and it drove me crazy, okay? So eventually, in 1995, I read this book by Dr. Scott Mandelker called From Elsewhere, and it talked about the idea of people being ET souls. And I started to have very amazing contact experiences, which we'll get into probably in like week 5. And that's all in the new book, by the way, Awakening in the Dream. So I highly recommend it once again. But I'm reading these books, I'm getting into all this information, and I'm saying to myself, what in the heck does all this have to do with me? Because by the time it was 1995, I graduated college in May 1995. I come out with a bachelor's degree in psychology, wanting to get a PhD in psychology because a bachelor's means nothing, and I knew that. And then I start to have all this new research data come in from my own higher self in the form of dreams that are very bizarre, and ET contact apparently wanting to originate with me through my dreams. So I also get online, and I start discovering that there's good information online that you can't get in books that are published, like from the Art Bell show, because Art Bell was really peaking in the late 1990s, and I found him in 1995, in the fall of 1995. So one of the things that Art Bell was truly obsessed with in 1995 was remote viewing. And he had this guy, we'll see him in a minute, Major Ed Dames, who was always on, and they called him Dr. Doom because he believed that the sun was going to give off a solar flash, which is probably true, but in his view, it was a kill shot and everybody on Earth was going to die. And Art would say, we're all going to turn into hash browns. So that was a funny thing, but Ed Dames was a pretty creepy guy. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. He was a creepy guy when he was on Art Bell. He seemed to get off on the idea that we were all going to die. He seemed to enjoy it, and he seemed to talk about it with a certain degree of, let's say, inappropriate relish. He relished the idea of humanity dying out on Earth. And he's almost certainly Cabal. I mean, I can't imagine that he's not, based on all the stuff that we know. And also very likely MK Ultra, yes. So, along about this time, January 1996, I went to the bookstore and I found book 3 of The Law of One, but they didn't have book 1 available. This was at the Borders bookseller on Wolf Road in Albany, New York. And it is a very interesting experience to go to the bookstore and find The Law of One, book 3, but not book 1, and just open it up at random and try to read it. And I'm looking at this stuff and I'm like, this is interesting, but it's very dense and it doesn't make any sense. And I don't understand the words because they're using a lot of jargon like first distortion and catalyst and mind-body-spirit complex and these weird terms that I wasn't familiar with. So I didn't really know what to do with it. So I grabbed book 3, but I said, okay, I'm going to have to order the rest because this isn't really making a lot of sense. At the same time that I went to the bookstore and bought The Law of One, and this is the first time that I've ever told people this, so you're getting a world exclusive right now, okay? At the first time that I went and bought The Law of One, book 3, there was another book for sale at the same store, on the same shelf. It had just come out, called Cosmic Voyage, and it had stunning correlations to The Law of One, which we will be unpacking in my new book and in this class. Cosmic Voyage had been published and released to bookstores on January 1st, 1996, and I bought my copy on January 19th. So I brought home The Law of One, book 3, and I brought home Cosmic Voyage. I decided to try to crack into The Law of One first. I did that on January 19th, and I quickly decided this is too heavy. I got to wait a little longer before I get into it, not realizing that this was only 4 days after the 15-year anniversary when The Law of One was brought through on January 15th, 1981. So that's a pretty interesting time loop synchronicity that now in hindsight although I kind of brushed it off when it happened. It actually does appear to be imbued with meaning. The anniversary date shows that there was some higher forces coming in. So back to the slide. I realized I could not start reading book 3 of the Law of One. It was way too intense. So I decided to grab this other book that I'd bought at the same time, Cosmic Voyage by Dr. Courtney Brown, and read that book first. So this is the cover as the book looked at the time, and it says, A Scientific Discovery of Extraterrestrials Visiting Earth. This is about how Courtney Brown looked at the time. He ended up speaking at a UFO conference in November, or October rather, which I went to. It was the International UFO Congress. It was happening in Connecticut, and it was a drivable distance from my house. The irony is that I drove all the way out there to the hotel it was going to be at a month too early, and I got all the way out there and then found out I'd made a mistake, and I turned around and drove all the way back home all in one day. That was a major pain in the butt. But I think it was a good dry run to get me familiar with where the hotel was so I wouldn't make a mistake. Courtney Brown was going to be there. And by that point, after I'd read his book, I was very, very excited about his arrival. And also, Dr. Scott Mandelker was going to be speaking there, and he wrote the book From Elsewhere, which had awakened me to this idea of being a wanderer. So I had to meet both of these guys, and it just so happens that Dr. Brown spoke at a slot in the morning, and then Dr. Mandelker's slot was immediately after him. So everybody cleared the room after Dr. Brown's talk. Everybody wanted to go hear what he had to say, buy his book, and talk to him. I could not leave the room. I wanted to stay with Dr. Mandelker because he was my guy. And I had actually paid him, even though I had no money, I paid him on a sliding scale. I believe I gave him $70, and I had a private consultation with him because he only wanted to do it under that guise. And I said, okay, if you have a sliding scale, I'll pay you what I can afford. So I paid him something, and I had a private session with him. And the whole purpose of the session was, do you, a professional in this field who has your own published book and you're speaking at these conferences, do you think I have what it takes to go to these conferences and become a professional, full-time UFO researcher and actually make a living doing just that? And I was nervous. I didn't know what he would say, but the answer was yes. And he gave me a huge enthusiastic vote of confidence. And then as an extra perk, when he was on stage during his talk at this event in 1996, he talked about the Law of One, and I had a copy of it, and he brought me up on stage to show everybody the Law of One. So that was my original stage experience. Right after Dr. Mandelker's talk was done, I ran out of the room. I wanted to see if Dr. Courtney Brown was still in the building. I ran to the front desk. I described him. They said yes. He'd just gone out to the curb. He might still be here. He's waiting for his shuttle to the airport. I ran down the hall as fast and hard as I could, and there was Dr. Brown, and I got to meet him, and I got to talk to him, and that whole conversation is in the book, Awakening in the Dream, the one that's coming out on June 2nd. I was really, really blown away, but I also didn't want to talk too much. I was smart enough to know, from having met many celebrities and rock stars growing up, you don't want to overwhelm people. You got to just be cool. So I didn't talk. I basically just asked him some questions. But one of the things he said that was so amazing to me was, the power that you have in your own mind is far greater than you could ever imagine. Because I, Courtney Brown, can sit down with a pencil and a piece of paper and violate all the known laws of physics, and it's not even that hard. Anybody can learn this technique. So here's the back cover of his book, as it was back then. He's got some pretty awesome endorsements from Whitley Strieber and Dr. John Mack. And just to give you a sense, he is a social scientist from Emory University in Georgia. And this is a quote from him that's in the book that I pulled into the book that we're releasing on June 2nd, Awakening in the Dream. And it says, I have an enviable and hard-earned reputation for thoughtful and creative research, often involving sophisticated, nonlinear mathematical representations of social phenomena. Well, that's kind of a word salad, okay? But what he's saying is he's got published papers. He's a respected academic scientist. So when he talks about remote viewing, getting into this thing, this is another quote of his. The most significant discovery of the past 15 years, in his view, and this was in 1996, so that goes back to 1980, is that we do not need to rely on gifted individuals to perform feats of psychic power like remote viewing any longer. Anybody can do it. The talent can be taught, and anyone, including scientists, can learn it and use it with great accuracy. Moreover, the reliability of trained individuals is generally much greater than that of the best natural psychics. Executed competently, studies employing remote viewing using trained viewers can yield replicable results with nearly total accuracy virtually all of the time. So again, remote viewing is not a joke. It's a real thing. It's very heavy. It's very exciting. And there's a whole lot of great results that you can get. So just to be clear, and let me again get back into standing mode here. 5 hours is a long time, especially since I just did this yesterday. I'll go to this one now. So imagine having the technology through this psychic power that you could visit a place and start and know nothing about it. So they used a thing called double blind. And what that means is there's a psychic, a viewer, and then there's a guide. The viewer can't use his or her analytical mind. You're not supposed to be thinking. You're not supposed to be analyzing anything. You're not supposed to be doing anything except staying in a deep state of meditation. So you basically need to get commands by somebody who can think because they're not in trance. And then the person who can think guides you as to where to go and what to look at. And you don't even really know what you're seeing. Most of what the remote viewers are doing is they're getting mental images that are not exactly correct of what the place looks like, but they're close enough that they can make sketches of what they think they're seeing. And it's only the interpretation of the data that gives you an accurate view of what's really going on. Now, one of the jokes that they have in the book is that apparently they would send people to the sewage treatment plant in Fort Meade, Maryland. And so part of what's going to happen, of course, is that you will detect smells and you will detect things that you see. And so they use it as a joke because you're going to psychically smell all of the stuff that they're treating in the sewage plant. And people will eventually try to decide what is it that we're looking at. And they would actually, if they're correct, they're going to say, is this like a sewage treatment plant or something? Yep. And then they all laugh about it. So bear in mind that in a double-blind study, the guide also doesn't know what you're looking at. All they get is a series of 2 numbers that they call coordinates, and you don't even get to see the numbers. They're put inside an envelope. So somebody else decides the target, somebody else decides the coordinate numbers, they write them on a piece of paper, they put them in an envelope, the guide has the envelope, and all he does, I don't know if the guide actually even reads the numbers or not. It might be in some cases that they do open the envelope and read the numbers and that the random numbers are given to the viewer, but that's all you get. But in other cases, I don't even think they open the envelope. What's that?
Depends on the goal. Depends
on the goal, yeah. So it helps to have somebody who's trained in remote viewing standing by to give us direct intel, but we'll let that unfold as time goes on. Anyway, so yes, they were able to get 99% accuracy, meaning that you assign this target random numbers and people sketch the thing and it's accurate. And they're getting all kinds of great stuff. So what they found in the remote viewing research was that the talents that you have as a person affect dramatically the results that you're going to get. So if you have certain types of skills, you might be better equipped with certain talents that will then iterate into your work. So when Dr. Brown wrote his book, he was talking about being brought in by a trainer. He wouldn't say whether the trainer was male or female, but he said, just for convenience sake, we'll say that it's a man and we'll use the masculine gender pronouns. Well, it turns out, and again, going back to the slide, after Brown's book came out, it pretty quickly fell apart, and we found out that Dr. Brown was trained by Dr. Doom himself, Major Ed Dames. And this is the way he looked. This is the way Ed Dames looked back in the era where he was talking about the solar flash and scaring the pants off of everybody. And, you know, I never met him and I wasn't interested in that. He was a spooky dude for me. Don't know what he's into, but suffice it to say that when you read Dr. Brown's book, it was made very clear that there was a whole lot of classified information that the people in the remote viewing community had that they were not telling the public, and they still haven't told the public, including the fact that they knew that the ruins on Mars were actually real and not just fake. And so within that program, they were using remote viewers to study the ruins on Mars, and they brought Dr. Brown in to do just that. Now, he didn't know anything about the face on Mars or pyramids on Mars or the possibility of a civilization on Mars. Major Ed Dames sent him in totally blind. And he ends up remote viewing a Martian civilization that goes through a catastrophe, and we're going to talk about that. But his whole book, Cosmic Voyage, is a series of extraterrestrial-oriented remote viewing targets. And one of the things I find so fascinating about it is that the other targets that Dr. Courtney Brown was targeting that were not extraterrestrial related, he had 100% accuracy. They might send him back to the sewage treatment plant in Fort Meade, Maryland. It didn't matter where on earth they sent him. His data was always precisely correct. He did the technique very well. He had studied with the TM City program, Transcendental Meditation, with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi and the whole Transcendental Meditation group. He went through all of the advanced stages of that, which he had studied originally as a sociologist, trying to understand the meditation effect. Why is it that 7,000 people meditating will reduce global war and crime and terrorism and fatalities by 72%? Well, he wanted to know, so he actually joined the program and became one of these meditators, which interestingly gave him the knowledge to be able to do remote viewing. So the techniques that Dr. Brown revealed in the first book and on Art Bell about how to do remote viewing were what became the seeds of how I developed the dream voice technique, which is what I'm going to be teaching you as this class goes on. That stuff is very interesting. So what was so fascinating was, again, I read Cosmic Voyage before I read The Law of One, and basically almost everything ET oriented that Dr. Brown got from his remote viewing was inside The Law of One. But then The Law of One's arc of the data goes way beyond what was in Dr. Brown's book. So this is why, unfortunately, but maybe not unfortunately, Dr. Brown's material kind of got washed away, because once I saw how many connecting points there were between Dr. Brown's remote viewing and what was in The Law of One, I said to myself, The Law of One has got it. I mean, this is a validation, and The Law of One validated a bunch of other research I'd done, 300 different books I'd read up until then. I got so blown away by The Law of One, so swept into it, and I saw that Dr. Brown only had part of the story, that I had absorbed everything I could from Cosmic Voyage, and I just kind of let it go. Now in the new book, I've brought Dr. Brown back in, I've brought that data back in, because it so intricately validates what's in The Law of One, and now is the time, after all these years, that you can get back into it. So Dr. Brown, interestingly, has released both his first book, Cosmic Voyage, and then his follow-up book, Cosmic Explorers, where he actually tunes into the Draco reptilians and gets very accurate information on them through remote viewing. Now both of those books are free on his website. So you just look up Dr. Courtney Brown, Farsight Institute is what it's called. He's got both of the books as PDF files you can download and read for free on his website, but they are very, very relevant to what's going on right now. So one of the really amazing things here is that Dr. Brown was remote viewing things that were directly related to the end of the world on Earth, the ascension, the end of the world as we know it, and where does everybody go? And all the way back in 1996, I was reading this and I felt like I was seeing things that he wasn't seeing, okay? This all came out when he was remote viewing what he called the Galactic Federation. Now, he had seen this in various channeled books, and he wanted to go take a look for himself, so they made that one of his targets. He didn't know when it was going to happen, but when he got in there, he found a room that had this huge, huge structure inside. It was gorgeous. There was some kind of planet-shaped thing, like a hologram in the middle. The people had bald heads. He said it had a kind of an ammonia type of smell. They were very, very evolved, very highly refined, positive beings. And one of the beings had sort of a chubby appearance. And although he's not saying it actually was Buddha, he said that the being was enough like Buddha to him that his psyche identified it as Buddha, that this being apparently was the head of our local chapter of the Galactic Federation. And you know what? If you're on Earth and you become the Buddha, you probably get to have a cool job like that. So maybe it was him. We don't know. But whatever it was, it identified itself to him as the Buddha because he was a Buddhist. So maybe this enhanced his feelings of comfort and appreciation. But here's the key. This really freaking blew me away. There was no other part of the book that blew me away more when I was reading this in January 1996 than this. He said, in his remote viewing, when he went to the Galactic Federation, he has a conversation with quote-unquote Buddha. I am being told that there will be a movement off of planet Earth in the near future, actually. He says that later. A movement off the planet Earth in the near future for human beings. Earth humans are violent and troublesome currently. They need shaping before a later merger with other people throughout the universe. This is Dr. Brown's words quoted out of the book. Definitely human, this is when he was in his remote viewing session, he said this actually. Definitely humans need to undergo some sort of change before we are allowed to extend far off the planet. But he says, remember, look at the first sentence again, there will be a movement off planet Earth in the future for humans, and we need to be shaped before a later merger with the galactic family. There definitely will be a planetary disaster on Earth, or perhaps I should say disasters. There will be political chaos, turbulence, and an unraveling of the current political order. Well, my goodness, he's saying this in 1996. And now here we are in 2020, and look at what has happened. The last 4 years, there is an unraveling of the political order. There is political chaos and turbulence. So this was prophetic. And we did not see anywhere near that level of turbulence back when this was happening. This being, what's that?
The secret space story is now, so there could be transferring people off Earth now based on what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, they're already, people are already starting to be transferred off the Earth in the secret space program. That's true. So this being that he thought was Buddha is telling me very directly that consciousness must become a focal concern of humans in order for us to proceed further. We in the Galactic Federation are not saviors. We are just initial representatives. But consciousness must become our focal concern. I am told in no uncertain terms that I am to complete this book project. Others will play their parts. There are many people involved, many species, representatives, and groups. So this was very encouraging for me because elsewhere in the book, Dr. Brown was kind of sounding like he was saying that, you know, you're not going to get anything out of this unless you yourself are going to do it exactly the way he recommends, which meant that you had to go to the Transcendental Meditation Institute. You had to go through all their programs up through the city program. Then he said you had to go to the Monroe Institute. You had to enroll in the advanced classes that they had that took you up to Focus 23. Monroe Institute, of course, is where they play two tones in your ears. That it's a different tone in one ear than the other, slightly different frequency. And your brain tries to reconcile those two frequencies, and it creates a beat pattern in your brain, which they can use to mimic certain brainwave states. And so that's the hemisync technology. I personally don't like it. To me, it's too brute and forceful. I can do it naturally in an easier and safer way for me personally than how it happens with this. But I totally respect if people want to do it that way. And it works. Then the third part of Dr. Brown's training program was that you had to go to his institute in Georgia and pay $5,000 to get trained in remote viewing. And there's no freaking way I could do that. But the beings that he was meeting with were telling him that other people would play their parts, that many would be involved. And so I said, well, hey, maybe this means I can be involved somehow. But I had no idea how accurately his material and his results in Cosmic Voyage would then be duplicated in the Law of One material, which was actually earlier. He obviously had not read it. But again, he is told by Buddha in this Galactic Federation meeting that there's going to be a movement of people from Earth off planet in the future. The next one that he did that actually talks about this, a remote viewing session, again, he had 99% accuracy, so we can trust the data. Even though it's crazy sounding, it's actually real. He had one called, a chapter in the book called The Human Repository that was based on a session he did on March 10th, 1994, that discusses a mass transfer of people from Earth to a planet in the Pleiades star system. This was what he remote viewed in the session. Now, he goes to this planet and he knew that it was a planet in the Pleiades, and he noticed for the people on the planet that there was something very bright in the sky, and he was able to perceive that there were beings near the light who were more advanced than the beings he was seeing on the ground of this world. So this is like an extraterrestrial advanced race that's up in the sky while there's people on the surface. Once he viewed the people on the surface, he actually said the following in his session. I'm focusing on the ground for now. There is dirt, grass, and there are humans wearing normal American-type casual clothing. And he says, let me check that out. He goes up to the people. He says, yep, pants, socks, shoes, the works. And later he clarifies, by the way, it's not that these are people who look like Americans, but it's some weird parallel reality. These actually are Americans that were transferred from Earth to this planet in the Pleiades. But let's continue. He says, the humans are quite upset. There is a lot of fear here, plus crying. He said the beings in the sky seemed like grays, and when he tried to tap into the timeline for when this planetary transfer event took place, his remote viewing results, which are again scientifically verifiable, saw that it was sometime slightly later than the year 2000. Well, we're already 20 years away, so we're in that window right now. Quoting Dr. Brown again, he said, it seems that humans migrated here from Earth to this new world in the Pleiades star cluster. Again, just to underline this point, they were not like people from Earth. They were people from Earth transferred to this new planet. These people really seemed like Americans, is a quote from the book. They appeared to be farming people who perhaps lived in or visited a nearby city or village, and the gray ET beings were doing what was a fairly routine mission for them. They were transferring people. These grays were involved in transferring people. The people on this new world are from Earth. This is the conclusion when he really gets tuned into the source. The people on this new world are from Earth. The grays brought them here, and they have been transplanted. The humans do not know everything. They do not even know where they are. Well, isn't it interesting? Because imagine if this were to happen today, that we get scooped up onto ships. We don't even know what happened. There's a flash of light. Now we're in another new place. We don't know how we got there. And the next thing you know, we're being dropped off on a different planet. And it's a pretty fast trip. I don't think you spend a whole lot of time traveling. Are we there yet? No, they zap you over there pretty fast. So it might even be pretty much instantaneous. 1 minute you're on one planet, the next minute you're on another. You don't know what happened. The stars are different. The sky is different. The sun is different. The moon is different. Maybe the flora and fauna are a little different, but all those things would become mythology. They'd get written off, and pretty soon you wouldn't even remember that your people had been moved to another planet. The Law of One talks about that and says that's what happened to people from Mars and Maldek coming to Earth, believe it or not. That's what we're going to get into today as we go on. So again, the humans don't know everything. They don't even know where they are. When Dr. Brown asked the reason for why this happened to the beings that he was talking to, which I think in this case was a being that he identified as Jesus, the response was, human survival is at stake, and a new location is needed away from Earth's climatic disasters. Well, if you see what's happened since Dr. Brown wrote the book in 1996, Earth changes have gotten a lot more intense. There's damaging stuff that keeps happening. We keep trying to ignore it. Oh, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. Well, wait a minute. If you were in the middle of the Indonesian tsunami, that would certainly look like the end of the world. This wall of water coming towards you and everything getting wiped out, or Fukushima, any of this kind of stuff. It's a really big, nasty thing that happens. And so this is not easy for us. It's not an easy thing to get moved to another planet. It's not an easy thing to go through a big catastrophe. But Dr. Brown didn't have ascension in his results. He didn't really see what this was. And for me, that's one of the most fascinating aspects of these results, is the fact that Dr. Brown doesn't talk about ascension. He doesn't talk about fourth density. He doesn't talk about people turning into angels or ascended beings or anything like that. And my guess is that it was because of the energy of Major Ed Dames, that Ed Dames' energy was so tweaked that he wouldn't ever get those kind of results. He wouldn't see the positive timeline for humanity. He only saw the timeline for the people who are going to repeat third density on another world, which is exactly what the Law of One says is going to happen. But there's more details about this part, which is the majority of people on Earth get moved. Okay, check this out. The Greys went on to tell Dr. Brown that they were transplanting our genetic material to ensure that we would survive with a better and more advanced gene pool. They added new or modified genes that would increase the connections between our spirits and our physical bodies. And he said, it seems that some humans will be space lifted to a safe haven while the rest of humanity slugs it out back home. So I don't want to drift over this too fast because there's a very important thing on this slide. They added new or modified genes to our human bodies to increase the connections between our spirits and physical bodies. So if you read what the Law of One says, which we're going to do, because that's why I made sure, you know, I'm going to go somewhere between 4 and 5 hours. I'm at 3 hours, 11 minutes right now. So we're in good shape. Okay. So when these people are brought to a new planet, it says right here, they had new or modified genes. So their bodies are different. Their bodies have been changed, but they perceive a contiguous experience. They don't realize that they have modified genetics. And it appears that they have the same bodies that they did before. If you really get into what the Law of One says later on, what it sounds like to me is that the bodies that we have are actually cloned with our own DNA that they've grown from before. This gets into the whole extraterrestrial abduction thing, right? What are these Greys really doing when they come and grab people? Why did everybody have scoop marks where it looks like a tissue sample was taken? Well, the Law of One explains what that is. It explains that the tissue samples are taken so that people can be cloned and moved to another planet. So Dr. Brown's results suggest that the beings actually grow a replica of you to adulthood, but they modify the genetics before they put you down on a new planet, and then they upload your consciousness into this new body that you don't even realize is a new body. You just get on a new planet, they put your clothes back on, they're nice enough to make sure you're not naked, you got your pants, socks, shoes, and everything else still on, okay? But they move you to a new planet, you don't realize that your body has been tweaked, but apparently in the secret space program, they figured out how to use this even on the negative side, which is sad, but how to pull the consciousness out of one body and download your consciousness into another body. So this is the benevolent application of that. The bodies that these people are in when they go to this new world are probably not the original bodies they had, but the original material is actually energetically transformed into the new body. And you actually get this transfer, and it's still your genetics. You're only getting into a clone of yourself, but it's upgraded. And as it says here, it enhances the connection between the spirit and the physical body. So this is stuff that I encountered back in '96 and saw the connections between Dr. Brown's work and the Law of One. But then the Law of One was so much bigger that I got overwhelmed with all the other things to study, and I never went back and talked about this. So now finally I'm going back and I'm telling you all this stuff, because now I feel is the time. We're close enough to the big thing that's supposed to be happening. We're already in a big thing right now, but that's nowhere near as big as the other stuff. Now is the time where I feel comfortable telling you this, because it's a hopeful message, ultimately. It's a message of ascension. So anyway, using the Southern accent, what about them Greys? Why don't we find out what the heck is going on with them? Well, on June 14th, 1994, he talked to no one other than Jesus, or a being that identified as Jesus, or that he identified as Jesus, and asked him a bunch of questions, and there's a lot of that stuff in the book. It's beyond the scope of what I can do in this class because the book is huge. But anyway, the being identifying as Jesus told him that there is no being that humans will ever interact with that is not of his design, regardless of what extraterrestrial it is. They're all Jesus's design. And he then stated that we are to help his children however they come to us. So that right there is Jesus saying, don't be a racist, don't be prejudiced, don't hate a being just because it doesn't look the same as you. These are all part of who I am. And there's a lot of other stuff that Dr. Brown talks about that we get into in the book regarding the idea of the logos, that there is a galactic consciousness as there is a universal consciousness. And the Law of One was very interestingly using the word logos to describe the consciousness of the galaxy and the universe. As I said, it's the intelligent infinity becomes intelligent energy, and then the intelligent energy turns into the 7 densities, which then create galaxies with stars that have planets. The planets have beings like you and me. That's all review what I said earlier, but I'm trying to keep you on track here. So anyway, in this cosmic design, you have a galactic creator, a galactic persona. And the Law of One chose this term logos to describe that. Well, if you go back to the Bible and you go into the beginning of the book of John and you look at the original languaging that John used, it says, in the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was God, and the Logos was with God. It's only later that the original Greek word logos was translated as the term word. So Jesus at one point says, I am the Logos, which then people see that in the Bible as I am the Word. This is where I don't get exclusivist, okay? The Law of One version of Jesus, they talk about him a lot. And what they say is that he purified himself to such a degree that he achieved something called personality transparency, at which point he now could have the Logos consciousness come into him and embody that consciousness as a messenger. But the Law of One also says that there are many other beings of identical congruity of consciousness that exist in the universe, and that when you die, those are the beings you meet with. So Danny and Brinkley got to meet with beings of light, which in Law of One terms are equivalent to Jesus. They have the same vibration, they have the same presence, because we all end up becoming the Logos. So this is where it got to be a problem. When Christianity says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one shall come unto the Father but by me. That's a Jesus line that everybody loves to quote, John 3:14, right? Okay, I got it. If you can consider that the mind of the galaxy is what he was speaking as, that he had become the embodiment of the galactic Logos. I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. No one can come unto the universal Logos but through me. It's true because there's only one galactic mind. And you got to master the loving curriculum that it teaches you. And so the beings are just trying to help you to figure this thing out. It's like I can spend 5 hours a week basically getting you to ultimately love yourself. And I got to do a lot of strange words to get back to that point, but that's all the ultimate point really is. Just love yourself and be nice. And if you love yourself, you will be nice. Open your heart. Don't hold hidden agendas. You know, that's really all it comes down to. So the Law of One did also say that they were working with this group, the Greys. And so I saw this very soon after, because I began reading the Law of One right after I read Brown's book. This is in session 81, question 24. So that I can just get a little idea of what I'm talking about. What are the limits of Ra's travel in the sense of directly experiencing or seeing the activities of various places? Is it solely within this galaxy? And if so, how much of this galaxy? Or does it include some other galaxies? And galaxy in this case means solar system. They make that clarification. In their mind, every solar system is a galaxy. Okay, so then they say, although it would be possible for us to move at will throughout the creation within this Logos, that is to say the Milky Way galaxy, so-called, we have moved where we were called to service. These locations being, shall we say, local, and including Alpha Centauri, planets of your solar system, which you call the sun, which again, now we're dealing with Mars and Maldek, Cepheus, and Zeta Reticuli. To these sublogoi we have come, planets, this is what sublogoi means. To these sublogoi we have come, having been called. Now, Zeta Reticuli was already established from the Betty and Barney Hill abduction story, the original alien abduction, right? Wherein they got a star map of where these beings had come from, they sketched it, and then when it was actually checked by astronomers, it corresponded to Zeta Reticuli. That data came out in the 1960s, and believe me, the questioner of the Law of One, Dr. Don Elkins, was an avid UFO researcher. He was very into all this stuff, and so he would have known what Zeta Reticuli was, and Ra would have known that we knew what Zeta Reticuli was, and we know that grays come from Zeta Reticuli, or at least that's what we heard in the Betty and Barney Hill and other stories. Therefore, although they're very careful, the Law of One is very careful. They don't really say too much about Zeta Reticuli. There's only one reference to it in this one passage, but they're clearly saying we are working with these beings. We are helping these beings. So this is another knitted connection between the Law of One and what it says in Brown's book, of which there are many, and it's fascinating. The only explanation for me, really, is that Dr. Brown is telling the truth and the Law of One is telling the truth, because there's so many interconnections. There's so many ways that these sources validate each other, and the Law of One is validated by so many other things. To me, you don't really have to be that creative to figure it out. You can look at the data and say, okay, here's a guy who's doing a remote viewing technique. Anytime he remote views something on Earth, it's 99% accurate. Are we really supposed to believe that if he goes off planet that all of a sudden his accuracy plummets to 0 and now he's getting bad data? No, most likely the data is accurate. It's just really controversial because we don't know. Then why the hell is Jack Kirby doing the Face on Mars comic in 1958? Why are there these things on the moon? Why is there this stuff on Mars? Maybe this is all true, because you can actually go look at the artifacts on the NASA photos. So when Dr. Brown was talking to Jesus, he actually made a very cool point, which kind of smashes down a lot of fundamentalism, where he asked, do we need to call on the name of Jesus? You know, so this is my own writing in the book, Awakening in the Dream. Later in the book, Dr. Brown's book, the being identified as Jesus was asked if non-Christians would still need to call on the name of Jesus in order to reach their full evolutionary potential. The being seemed genuinely upset and frustrated by this question. Quite forcefully, this is a quote from Dr. Brown now, he stated that a name is nothing. Everything depends on personality development, and this includes the development of a deep ability to both perceive and love beyond the self. Well, now this is so fascinating, and let's leave it on the slide for a minute because I want you to keep looking at that. The development of the personality is one of the big things that they talk about in the Law of One over and over again. And just at random, I'm going to show you this. So let's again go to our mirrored display, okay? And I'm just going to randomly do this, throw myself in, and see how many references do we get to the development of the personality. And we'll do this as a non-specific targeted search here. All right, so we'll just say the two words development personality. We'll find out how many times it shows up. 188 instances of the development of the personality, okay? And you see right here, develop the magical personality, and it goes on and on. There's the personality development, and you can even do this. You can sort by session or relevance. So you can do any, all, or phrase. We could do the phrase. You don't get any because it's not ever that exact phrase, but you could do this. You could do development of the personality and then hit it again and then do phrase. Oh, I guess that's not exactly how it's phrased then. But anyway, 188 examples of development of the personality. So this is a big deal in the Law of One material. And so now we're going to go back to that. We're going to go back to our slides again, just so that we can have fun. And you can see 188 versions of development of the personality in the Law of One. So just to go back again to that last slide, that's the exact same wording that this being apparently as Jesus, or just what it identified to Brown as, a name is nothing, everything depends on personality development, and this includes the development of a deep ability to perceive and love beyond the self. And again, the development of the personality is a catchphrase that you see in the Law of One over and over again. Maybe it's not worded that exact way, or we can't quite find it the right way with the keyword search, but again, 188 instances is a lot. So no, you actually don't have to call on this one name. It might be helpful to you if it resonates with you, but the real key is, how are you working the teachings? So that kind of diminishes this idea of the buy one, get one free salvation, that all you have to do is just get saved and you can do whatever you want from then on. Daniel's experience with the Panoramic Life Review is that once you go out there, you are totally accountable for everything you did here. You're accountable for how you treated everyone. Were you loving? Did you treat people nicely? And if you didn't, then you got to come back and do it all again in a reincarnation. So there's really only one way out, and that is to be loving. And if enough of our planet isn't getting the message at the end of the cycle, then we get earth changes, part of the difficult birth. So in Dr. Brown's session from June 14th, 1994, the being appearing as Jesus also said that there should be no limits to our desire to help others, whether they are Greys or people from Mars or whoever. If we want to elevate ourselves to the next stage of our evolution, prejudice cannot coexist with these higher forms of life. I found that very interesting and rewarding. The being identifying as Jesus also said, it is not that we should work with extraterrestrials around us like the Greys, it is that we must. Our situation on Earth has been deliberately designed so that both groups need each other for their individual and mutual well-being. So again, there's a lot more that we're going to talk about relating to the Greys, and then relating to what Dr. Brown would call, I believe he calls them the midwayers most of the time. He might also call them the elders. There's different names for them, but these are the beings in the robes with the white hair that are inside the earth. We're going to get into a whole section on them later. But the idea here is that we all need each other. We all have to work together. And apparently the role of the Greys is this genetic packaging and transfer of people. So remember, we saw in that other session I showed you people that look like Americans, that were Americans, transferred to another planet with genetic adjustments. This is all part of what Brown's remote viewing data actually said. But the first time that he was brought to Mars was on September 29th, 1993, okay? That was the first visit to Mars that he had. Dr. Brown, and he didn't know that there was a face on Mars or pyramids on Mars or anything. They just threw him in. So he had no idea what he was getting himself into. Dr. Brown found himself looking at a gigantic pyramid that was vastly larger than anything he had ever known to exist on Earth. He had a real hard time trying to understand what he was looking at because he knows remote viewing is supposed to be true. They told him, don't analyze anything. Don't let your ego get active. Just stay in the data and describe what you're seeing. Okay, well, I'm looking at a gigantic pyramid, much, much larger than anything I've ever seen on Earth. He was able to discern that the massive structure had to do with worship. This is actually, the target ended up being the five-sided D&M pyramid on Mars, the one I showed you earlier. That's what he was looking at. It had to do with worship. He determined that it was solid but hollow inside and very, very, very tall. As time went on, he realized that many people had died to build this pyramid once upon a time. At a certain point, he saw a volcano going off near the pyramid in a scene, again, very much like Pompeii. There were lots of people dying, and there was a terrible feeling of complete hopelessness. And anyone who actually survived this catastrophe, which apparently was planetary-wide, they were thrown into desperate poverty. So this was the moment of Mars being destroyed by whatever hit it. It caused volcanoes to go off. Everybody was dying, and they felt completely terrible. Dr. Brown's data showed that a new group of people from very far away then came in to help the survivors and to rebuild. Now, bear in mind, by this point, he had no idea about extraterrestrials or any of that stuff. He's just trying to get this in his remote viewing. When Major Ed Dames told him what the target was at the end of the session, Dr. Brown was completely astonished. Who were these people from very far away who came in to help the survivors rebuild? Well, on October 2nd, 1993, he conducted what's called a Type 6 remote viewing session. This is where both the remote viewer and the guide know what the target was to go back to Mars. Now, in this case, it's not as accurate as a double blind, but they have found that you can still get a lot of really good data this way, and the data is trustworthy. So in this case, he did know that he was going back to Mars, but he did all the protocols properly, and he wanted to get more information. Dr. Brown in this next session noted that the people of Mars had no hair, and their eyes were larger than the eyes of a human being. And he didn't see the elongated skull thing, but that's another part of what they were. They also did have telepathic ability, some telepathic ability. He said that because he's a cultural analyst, right? So he said the feel of their culture and architecture reminded him of places he had studied in Africa, certain African cultures. The peak of Martian society could specifically be compared to that of ancient Egypt in terms of the way it looked and felt. So that would have been pretty interesting. The women would stay at home with their children for the most part. That was their social structure. They weren't as screwed up as we were here. And at a certain point in their history, the people of Mars experienced an extremely rapid advancement in their technology. And not long after this happened, their civilization collapsed. And of course, he's looking at this outside of linear time. This could have taken many, many hundreds of years to develop, but extremely rapid from the non-linear perspective. The civilization collapsed after they got technology. Many of the people died in this catastrophe. Some of them were rescued, but they did not necessarily like the terms. Well, we'll see why in a minute and how they were rescued. Dr. Brown again observed that a race of smaller, shorter beings arrived at Mars right at the end, and they were on a mission. They were highly motivated, and they worked with speed and urgency. And Dr. Brown said that these short beings, which he identifies as grays, are here as the first stage of a larger project. Now, this is very key. Look at this. I get the sense that they are packaging everything. Now, specifically, that becomes a reference to the packaging of the genetic material of the Martian people. So, to be specific, and Dr. Brown explains this in the book, the same stuff that the Greys were doing to us here, where they take abductions and they take your genetic material, was being done with the Martian people, packaging their DNA. They don't necessarily consciously remember what's happening because that violates free will, but you volunteer for this before you're born. And so when we get into the section on Greys and the elders and stuff, I'm going to talk more about this and how the actual original studies on ET abduction did not have all the fear component. The CIA type of programs apparently tried to induce fear into the abduction equation, but most people that go, almost everybody that had the original ET contacts based on a study from 1989 had what's called a theophany. A theophany is a contact with God, a contact with divine energy. That is part of what these beings do for you. They give you a taste of the light. They show you the light before they bring you back to Earth as a reward for going through this experience of having your genetic material taken. And they didn't say that it was bad. The people that saw this and had this experience knew that they were participating in something great. And then you got the Harvard psychologist, Dr. John Mack, who wrote the book Abduction. And it was all about the positive spiritual aspect of the abduction experience. So Greys, you know, yes, there are some of them that are really evil, and I'm not denying that, but I think that the whole abduction thing has really gotten a bad rap, and there is a positive aspect to it. And so you guys are now in the debut of the first time that I'm ever giving anybody this information, so I hope you're having fun. So here again, back to the slide, he said the short beings are packaging everything. That's where they're taking the DNA, storing it in a very precise way, knowing where everybody's name is, having it all cataloged. He observed that these beings were Greys. They had short bodies and milky white skin. And he says, before the survivors of Mars left their planet, they saw these beings, these Greys, as godlike entities. So they didn't have the same disdain for them that our military-industrial complex folks have tried to make in our case. Dr. Brown then went on to say, somehow the Martians are getting packed up in preparation for some change. So packaging, preservation, all that kind of languaging, right? It feels like the short beings, this is his quote, are planning on the Martians getting a physical change in their bodies, and they're being put in cold storage for a while. So they're cloning out bodies for these people, okay? They're modifying it with Earth's DNA. They're storing them like that, and then those bodies get dropped off on Earth, but the people might not even realize that time has elapsed and that they've actually time traveled into the future for when they get dropped on Earth. Just like when those beings in Dr. Brown's remote viewing went to the Pleiades from Earth, don't assume that they immediately went to the Pleiades planet right after what happened here on Earth. They might get time traveled, but you get spliced into where you need to go. So it's not necessarily the immediate future. It could be a distant future, actually, but these beings have such great technology that you could perceive yourself as just dropping in on this new planet and not realize that all this time has gone by. So they take your material, they grow a new body for you, they enhance it with the DNA of the planet they're going to drop you off on, they make that clone, and then you get spliced into the clone. And that's if you're a cycle repeater. If you're not going to actually reincarnate or actually ascend into a light body, that's what's going to happen. So again, I think this clarifies a lot of stuff in the law of one. So he says, back to the slide now, these little short folks look like grays. They're getting a physical change in their bodies. They're growing a new body, and they put them in cold storage. The rescuers were the beings we now know as grays. They arrived at the last moments of the collapse of the Martian civilization, and with great speed, they somehow stored the Martians. Apparently, this is Dr. Brown talking again, this was necessary to preserve what could be saved of Martian life. I cannot provide a technical explanation, but the essential focus of the rescue was the preservation of Martian genetic material. And he said, all of this happened millions of years ago. That's the only thing that I think he didn't quite get right, because all of the other data, including the law of one, pinpoints when this happened as 500,000 years ago, 500,000 years ago. So he says millions of years ago. That's a minor thing in light of how specific all this stuff is. So he said, virtually all, this is a very heavy statement for a scientist of his caliber to make. Virtually all remote viewing data show that the Martians seem to have been genetically altered to enable them to live in the heavier gravity and different conditions on Earth. The actual alteration occurred recently following a period of preservation and is not yet complete. So this means that there's initial DNA that is changed, and the original clone body has some of it, but then they keep enhancing it as time goes on, maybe to be less jarring. But again, if your planet has more gravity, you're going to need a bigger body to fit in, so they might need to make you taller. You might need to have different cells in your lungs. The air might be a little different. Your atmosphere might be a little different. You might need to have slightly different blood because you're breathing different types of air, and you got to handle that in your bloodstream. You might have different digestive organs depending on where you get dropped off. Whatever you're eating, you might end up going to an aquatic planet. They have to turn you into a fish man. You know, it could be all kinds of weird stuff like that. But this is apparently commonly done. You know, transfer people to a new planet when their old planet is no longer useful. Get them over there. Okay, so I already had that slide. Okay, so the law of one said the exact same thing. So now we're going to look at this. This is session 9, question 6. And remember, I read the law of one immediately after I stopped reading Brown's book. The next thing I read was book 1 of the law of one. I was totally blown away. Because what do they say in the law of one? The first people in third density, the first of those, meaning third density, in answer to the question, the first third density humans came to Earth. They were brought here from another planet in your solar system called by you the red planet Mars. This planet's environment became inhospitable to third density beings. The first entities on Earth, therefore, were of this race, as you may call it, manipulated somewhat by those who were guardians at that time. And that to me is a stunning. I mean, already without all the other stuff I'm going to show you, it's stunning because Dr. Brown is saying exactly the same thing. Now, he doesn't say that, well, I think he did say actually that the people from Mars were packaged and brought to Earth. So it's a very tight correspondence. But then you read the law of one, and they give you much more technical description of what they did and how they did it, which starts with this one weird phrase: they were manipulated somewhat by those who were guardians at the time. Now, when we get into guardians, that's going to come later, in a later module, because I'm going to actually get you in touch with the guardians. I want you to have a direct personal relationship with them. In your dreams, they're going to meet you, and I want you to ultimately be able to talk to them telepathically. And you got to learn how the remote viewers do it, and you got to learn the dream voice technique. And unlike Dr. Brown's method, which I'm not hating on him, I would have loved to have done it back then if I had the money. If you don't have $5,000, if you can't go down to Atlanta, Georgia, this method, you know, we're doing it for the class as affordably as we can. I'm giving you the technology on how you can get this to work for yourself. And again, you saw what just happened. Within the first month of me practicing this technique, I had this huge series of prophecies about the current pandemic that we're in right now that are breathtakingly accurate. So look, I really think this is true. I think that the face on Mars is real. I think the pyramids on Mars are real. I think that they did have a human civilization there. I think that human civilization did get brought to Earth. I think Dr. Brown remote viewed it accurately. And I think that the Law of One gave us more information. So you can imagine, for me, the way I was guided to read Dr. Brown's book first and then read the Law of One immediately thereafter in 1996, nobody was talking about this stuff. Dr. Brown became a huge hero to me. So when I met him in November or October 1996, I was blown away just to be standing in front of him. And now, of course, I've had a lot more experiences, but this was a really hot story for me. And back then I wasn't even thinking of writing a book. I just said, well, somebody is going to point this out. Somebody is going to point out the amazing connections between Dr. Brown's book and the Law of One. How could they not? But it never happened. So the somebody was me. I was the one who was supposed to do this. And it's just that I got so wrapped up in other research that only now am I going back and doing my old homework, combining Dr. Brown and the Law of One. And it's stunning, stunning information. So let's go back now to the Law of One and find out more detail about what exactly did they do to the people of Mars to get them to Earth. It's very interesting. Look at this. So it says that the first people on Earth were manipulated by the guardians at the time. Well, they're going to get into a lot more detail. These entities arrived or were preserved. Now, what did Dr. Brown say? They were packaged away. Same languaging. These entities were preserved for the experience upon your sphere by a type of birthing which is non-reproductive, but consists of preparing genetic material for incarnation of mind-body-spirit complexes of those entities from the red planet. My goodness. A type of birthing which is non-reproductive is obviously a reference to cloning. Birthing that's non-reproductive. They grow the new body for you that has the new DNA in it. They grow it to adulthood. They splice you into it. You don't even realize that you've traveled through time and space. Just like he said, Dr. Brown said, Dr. Brown's book actually gives us the boots on the ground view with the remote viewer of what is it like for the people on Earth who are going to the Pleiades. Those are all the haters, right? They get to drink the haterade on a new planet. We call it troll land, okay? It's a troll planet. So everybody who wants to hate and be a jerk, they get a whole new planet to have fun and kill each other and waste each other and do all that stuff, whereas Earth stays fourth density and we get ascended beings here. So I don't know about you, but I'm done with third density. I'm not coming back for poison ivy and dismemberment and torture and betrayal and broken heart. I mean, you know, like, let's just be done with karma and pain and pedophiles and Satanism and all that stuff that goes on in third density. No, 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 no. I'm good. They get their own planet. They can go somewhere else. They can have fun. They can hang out, drink beer, make trailer parks, whatever the hell they want to do. I don't care. Okay, that's troll land. And it's sacred. You know, in the Law of One sense, it's sacred because you got to repeat third density. You got to learn these lessons again. And they combined a bunch of people from different places, including Mars. They stuck them together on Earth. You saw that the total number of people that were going to graduate from, the total number of people on Venus were only 38 million. So Earth actually has a huge population compared to Venus. So they prepare genetic material for incarnation. They grow a new clone, they splice you into the clone. You don't even realize that your DNA has changed, or that they pulled this do-si-do and give you a new body. You just think it's your body because they grew it from when you had that abduction years ago, and the Greys took a little scoop mark out of your elbow. As far as I know, nobody's ever talked about this, and this is something new. And I always knew I would talk about it at some point, and I expected I would talk about it more as we got towards the end of the big game here, and so here we are. I find this information extremely fascinating. The next time they bring it up is in session 14, question 3. What was the second density form? What did it look like that became Earthman in third density? What did he look like in the second density? So he's trying to get into the whole missing link thing. And they say, the difference between second and third density bodily forms would in many cases have been more like one to the other in a typical ascension type of thing, second to third density. In the case of your planetary sphere, the process was interrupted by those who incarnated here by the planetary sphere you call Mars. Now check this out. This is mind-blowing. They were adjusted by genetic changing, and therefore there was some difference which was of a very noticeable variety, rather than the gradual raising of the bipedal forms, which is bi-legged, you know, standing on 2 legs, upon your second density level to the third density level. So again, stay on the slide, genetic changing of a very noticeable variety in the difference of the bodies. So this is why when they're trying to look at the missing link, they say, well, you know, the missing link, we don't know what it is, but somehow we got to find a way to get from Neanderthal to the modern human, which has like double the brain size, double the capacity. And we never have found any ruins of humans that seem to transition. So the law of one is saying, well, guess what? The reason why is that unlike a typical planet, where it would have been a gradual transition from second to third density, and those cavemen would have gradually, more gradually become third density looking, in your planet's case, we actually brought extraterrestrial humans in. We took their Martian DNA. We had to make them shorter because they were taller on Mars. They were like 12 to 14 feet tall at that point. We had to shorten them. We had to adjust their DNA to make them fit for life on Earth. And then we dropped them off here. And they don't even realize that their bodies have been changed. Their consciousness is still the same, but I think probably you would notice that you looked a little different, right? It wouldn't be obvious. It would be obvious something had happened. So they say this has nothing to do with the so-called placement of the soul. This has only to do with the circumstances of the influx of those from that culture of Mars. So then this comes up again in session 18, question 20. Yahweh, back to the camera real quick. Yahweh, as we're going to find out, appears to be another example of the original positive group that we would call the Anshar, or the Midwayers, or the Elders, or the Tall Whites. Yahweh is a human extraterrestrial group, and they gave their own DNA to these clones. They blended some of their own DNA with the people of Mars before they dropped them off on Earth. And this is part of what happened that infringed on their free will of the people from Mars. Another problem that happened was that the people from Mars got brought into the guardian consciousness. The guardians were the beings doing this. And when the people from Mars were brought into that guardian consciousness, their minds started to create reality instantaneously. So if they were afraid of something, if they had fears and hidden anxieties, those anxieties would turn into the real thing. So if you're afraid that a gigantic octopus is going to jump out of the water and wrap its tentacles around you, you will create that and it will happen. So it was an unusual situation because the planet got destroyed. We're going to go into this momentarily. And the people from Mars had to be brought into the guardian mind, which caused them to create all kinds of horrors because they weren't used to a thought-responsive environment. And there's a really cool book by Michael Crichton, I believe it is, called Sphere, which also became a movie, which the point was this sphere, this extraterrestrial sphere that these astronauts find, and they start getting attacked by all these monsters, and they end up finding out that the sphere is not evil, it's just giving you whatever you think about. So you can actually watch a movie that's based on that exact, it's not a very good movie, but I mean, it's scary, but you know, it's a horror movie, but the ultimate point is it's not real. None of this stuff is real. It's created by your mind. And so probably Michael Crichton, or whoever that was, I think it was Michael Crichton, was probably getting this from some sort of genetic memory. Because we have the memories in our subconscious. We remember, if you are one of the people that have a Martian genetic lineage, which they talk about in the Law of One, then you will remember in your dreams, in your nightmares, seeing an entire planet that you live on getting destroyed. You'll have that memory right at the forefront of your mind. And Jacob, the Rothschild Illuminati insider I had, talked about how everybody has this funny switch where they don't ever engage catastrophic data. They don't look at it. They kind of avoid it. They steer away from it. They don't really pursue it. They just kind of ignore it. And it's something that we're programmed with so that we don't think too much about that part of the game right up until it happens. And again, one of the main reasons for this is that you're going to be safe. Only the most evil people actually go through this as a physical process. What you're seeing with, you know, what they talk about on Earth in the Dr. Brown remote viewing, that these people get transported to Pleiades, they are scared, there's a light in the sky, but they get dropped off and they're safe. That is apparently what's going to be happening to us. Same thing happens to people on Mars, except in that case, they were not scared and they saw these beings as gods. The Greys were godlike beings to them. They didn't have all that fear porn in their culture like we did in ours. So check this out. When did Yahweh, which is the name of this group of beings that transferred everybody here, when did Yahweh act to perform the genetic changes that they performed? It's not a very well-written question, but okay. The Yahweh group worked with those of the planet of Mars 75,000 years ago in what you would call the cloning process. There are differences, but they lie in the future of your time-space continuum, and we cannot break the law, the free will law of confusion. Now, this is interesting because this is one of the few times that Ra kind of holds out on you and says, we're not going to tell you something because it's so fascinating that you can't really know. And I think what they were hiding here was that the Yahweh group is actually humans from the future. And so it says there are differences, but they lie in the future of your time-space continuum. So I think ultimately the point is Yahweh is us from the future, and they've been working here. Some of them have traveled back in time 12 million years, some 4 million years. We had to go back in time to make sure that Earth stayed on the positive timeline and we didn't get overthrown by the reptilians, because apparently that was the problem that they had to solve, and this is what Yahweh was doing. So they grabbed the people on Mars and then they transported them to Earth 75,000 years ago, which based on the law of one's own numbers is a 425,000 year jump in time forward into the future, because Mars was destroyed 500,000 years ago, and then the people got dropped off thinking nothing had happened 425,000 years later. They just got time traveled through cloning. Then it says the 26,000 years, or it says, okay, no, 36,000 years approximately, the time of the attempts by those of the Orion group during your culture. This was a series of encounters in which the ones called Anak were impregnated with the new genetic coding by your physical complex means, so the organisms would be larger and stronger. So this is another thing they talk about in the Law of One, which we're not going to get into, but they do explain that Anak is the name that they give for giants. And they say that the negative beings on Earth created giants basically as like a type of military. If you got this big, tall, crazy guy, and he's going to kill anybody that gets in your way, that's a pretty good deterrent for people who only have things like bow and arrows and clubs. And so this was one of the things where the negative side created giants, and then the positive side created some giants to try to counteract that. And those also got co-opted by the negative. The positive beings don't always get it right. They make mistakes. And that was one of the mistakes. Perhaps one of the examples of positive giants would be the Hanau Epe that were found by Jacob Roggeveen, the Danish explorer, when he went to Easter Island in the 1700s. And his original report from the 1700s said that there were indigenous people called Hanau Momoko, and they were like what you would see on Easter Island now, but there were also 12-foot tall red-headed giants living on Easter Island that had the elongated earlobes, and that those monuments kind of looked like them. So the giants are a big deal, and there's a whole lot of stuff we can talk about with them, but that's kind of outside the scope of our class. I got to not go off on too many tangents. We're already at 3:54 p.m., so I'm going to have to wind this up pretty fast. But I wanted you to get all this because it's very important to me to really understand what the Law of One is saying and where we're going to be going. And notice the year is 2020, right? And here we are, session 20, question 20. That's interesting. What percentage of the entities in third density here on Earth 75,000 years ago, when third density started, when they got dropped off, what percentage of those 3D beings were from Mars, and what percentage were harvested out of Earth's second density where they got transformed into third density beings by the same kind of genetic process? Ross says there were perhaps 1/2 of your third density population being entities from Mars. So half of all the people on Earth were transplants from Mars. That's a large number. Perhaps 1/4 had been brought up into third density from second density on Earth. That's about 25%, right? And approximately 1/4 at the beginning were from other sources, other planetary spheres whose entities chose this planetary sphere for third density work. Elsewhere in the Law of One, they explain that these were smaller populations and that there was a total of like maybe, depending on what you look at, and there's a book before the Law of One that Don Elkins and Carla Ruckert wrote together that summarized their earlier research prior to the Law of One. It appears that the total number of planets that were brought here of populations is like maybe 16, something like that. So the other like 14 or so would be in that 1/4, 25%. So there's a lot of smaller numbers, but a large number of people, half of the people who first got here were from Mars. And they haven't learned their lessons and they're still here. So a lot of people have that lineage. All right. Session 20, question 21. When they incarnated here, did they mix? Did all three of these types mix together in societies or groups, or were they separated? And Ross says they remained largely unmixed because they were dropped off in different geographical regions on purpose. And this is what Corey Good calls the genetic farmer race programs. Then did this unmixing lead to a possibility of the separation of groups or the possibility of war between the groups? And they say, yes, this is correct. In other words, the fact that they found each other and they looked different, they had different racial characteristics, different genetic lineages, they ended up fighting wars when they would find each other's lands. Now we're going to jump ahead to session 30, question 14. Upon the entity known to you as Mars, as you have already discussed, Mars was stopped in the middle of third density. It did not go through the normal ascension process at all. They had a war before the end of the cycle. And they were unable to continue in their progression due to the lack of hospitable conditions on the surface. This is a very nice way of saying that they blew the crap out of their planet. This planet Mars shall be undergoing healing for some millennia of your space-time. That's thousands and thousands of years. So Mars is not ready for us to go and move in. It's going to have a lot of healing before it will become like the Earth again, but it will get there. That's a very important point. It will get there. So then he said, thank you, session 64, question 14. I read that recent research has indicated that the normal sleep cycle for entities on our planet occurs 1 hour later each day, each diurnal period, so that we have a 25-hour cycle instead of a 24. Is this correct? And if so, why is this? So real quick, this is actually true. I looked it up, and I think I put it in the book, some research on this. If I didn't, I should have, but I think I did. I'd done the research before either way. But anyway, there was a study that was done showing that if people are left alone and they are allowed to, be in the dark all the time, they don't have any light cues, that at least a high percentage of the people in this particular study would end up on a 25-hour sleep cycle, not a 24-hour sleep cycle. And their bodies would just adjust to that 25-hour rhythm. So this research had just come out as of 1981 or 1982, whenever it was that this was done. So he asked the question, okay, we got this hot new science about people sleeping for having a 25-hour day, and Mars has a longer day than we do, so what's going on? And they said, yes, in some cases this is correct. Again, in the study, not everybody had the 25-hour cycle. The planetary influences from which those of Mars experience memory have some effect upon their third density physical body complexes. The Mars race has given its genetic material to many bodies upon your plane. So just take a look so far at all the crazy stuff that we've got here, that Dr. Brown's material is giving us some accurate insights, or seemingly accurate because of the accuracy of remote viewing, into these monuments that we actually do see on Mars. What the hell is that face? It's 1.5 miles wide. It's gigantic. What the hell is that 2-mile wide pyramid doing there? Dr. Brown gets to remote viewing and he finds out, okay, these people were highly technological. They blew up their planet, or they had volcanic eruptions going off. And then at the last minute, these beings show up and they grab them and they package them and they change their genetics and they drop them off on Earth. Dr. Brown never talks about the Law of One. And in fact, I alerted him to this by email while I was writing the book last year in the summer of 2019. He had no idea that the Law of One mirrored his data. After all these years, 24 years later, nobody ever even told him that he had gotten the same stuff that was in the Law of One, and I gave him a quote. So that's one of the things that's so fascinating. This is going to be new for Dr. Brown, as well as it is for you. In case you've actually heard me, I mentioned a little bit about this in some of my talks a long time ago. Certainly, I've never gone through all the quotes and presented it like I have here. Now, what I also find fascinating, of course, is that Dr. Brown shows people from Earth going to the Pleiades, but he doesn't get the ascension. But he did get the solar flash. And they talk about the solar flash in the book too, that there's these catastrophes in Earth's future. Ed Dames is Dr. Doom. Everybody sees the solar flash. If you get a remote viewing with Ed Dames, you're gonna see the solar flash, right? So, but they didn't get all the pieces. And so I love it when I find pieces of a puzzle that are accurate, but that you can fit them together and make a greater whole. Now, one of the things that's really, really interesting about the Law of One is that it also talks about the other planet that blew up, the super Earth, Maldek. Dr. Brown doesn't go into that. And I didn't know for many years that Mars was orbiting Maldek. And I didn't know that they both died at the same time in the same catastrophe, that Maldek blew up completely and turned into the asteroid belt and the comets. Mars got discharged and became a planet, although it used to be a moon, and it lost its atmosphere, it lost its oceans, volcanic eruptions are going off, and everybody died, and they got rescued at the last minute. So the people of Maldek apparently were a lot worse than the people on Mars. They were more warlike. They were the ones that got taken over by the AI, if you listen to the secret space program version of the story. The Law of One covers this Maldek migration. This is the last part of what we're going to do today. So check this out. This goes back to session 6, question 10, so very early in the material. At one time space, in what is your past, there was a population of third density beings upon a planet which dwelt within your solar system. There are various names by which this planet has been named. The vibratory sound complex most usually used by your peoples is Maldek. Tiamat would be another one, of course. Okay, so they're talking about a planet called Maldek. These entities, destroying their planetary sphere, thus creating the asteroid belt, were forced to find room for themselves upon Earth's third density, which is the only one in your solar system at their time-space present, which was hospitable and capable of offering the lessons necessary to decrease their mind-body-spirit distortions with respect to the Law of One. So this is very wordy. Let's leave it up on the screen for a second. Mind-body-spirit distortions with respect to the Law of One is a very wordy way of saying that they were not loving people. And so when you're not loving, you have distortions with respect to the Law of One. You don't see all as whole and complete and perfect, joyful and abundant. You're not a forgiving person. You're not necessarily a loving person. So because their planet got blown up, they had to get to Earth because that was the only thing in their time-space present, which isn't exactly the same linear time, but within the vicinity, right? Okay, we got to move these people somewhere. Well, where can we put them? There's only one place. We got to stick them on Earth. Okay, there they're going to go. Question 6, session 6, question 11. How did they come here? Now, this is the first time they ever used the word harvest, and so a whole big discussion gets into that. They came through the process of harvest. They never explained that term before, and were incarnated through the processes of incarnation from your higher spheres within this density. And again, what the hell does that mean, right? That's a bunch of BS. We don't really know what they're saying. They're being deliberately wordy here because they can't really explain this to us, or it would violate our free will. So there's a lot of room to interpret what that means. Incarnation from your higher spheres within this density. Well, elsewhere they talk about it as being cloning, and they drop you off as an adult body. So that's where it gets a little bit clearer, as we've been seeing from Dr. Brown. How long ago did this happen in our years? I am having difficulty communicating with this instrument. We must deepen her state. This is normal. They want to make sure that Carla's mind cannot tamper with the information. And they said this occurred approximately 500,000 of your years ago. So this is one of the truly mind-blowing things, because Corey Goode independently had been told in the secret space program that Mars and Maldek blew up 500,000 years ago, and he didn't know about the law of one, and he didn't know that it was right in there in session 6, question 12, the same exact date for when this thing happened. That's mind-blowing. Now, elsewhere, they screw up the date, and they actually got it a little bit wrong, and I've showed you in other talks about how the law of one source says we have difficulty measuring time. We apologize because we're outside of time. It's very difficult for us to make these calculations in terms that you would understand of the number of cycles that your planet orbits your sun. We have to run the numbers, crunch the numbers. Sometimes it doesn't work. But they nailed it this time. They said this happened 500,000 years ago, and that is exactly what the intel says. And Corey Goode claims that this is why the secret space program people were so enamored with the law of one, because there were so many things in it that they knew were true. They said, how in the heck did this even happen? It's really, really amazing. So then as it goes on to question 13, he says, thanks. And this is before all the stuff came through on Mars, which comes later. Is all of the Earth's population then originally from Maldek? And they said, this is a new line of questioning and deserves a place of its own. The ones who were harvested to your sphere from the sphere known before its dissolution as other names, but to your peoples as Maldek, incarnated. Check this out. Many of them incarnated within the Earth's surface, below the surface in those inner caves, those inner civilizations. They incarnated within the Earth's surface rather than upon it. The population of your planet contains many various groups harvested from other second dimension and cycled third dimension spheres. You are not all one race or background of beginning, and the experience you share is unique to this time-space continuum, meaning they don't usually do this. They don't usually throw all the misfits together on one big rehab planet. But that's what we got here. A bunch of losers and jerks and phonies and frauds and backstabbing a-holes who couldn't get it together after 3 cycles of 25,000 years. They just didn't ascend. They didn't learn to be nice. I don't effing care. I don't give a shit about anything, right? They're just, okay, well, y'all come over here. Now we're going to move you over here. We got a trailer park for you right over here, and you can enjoy that one now. But you're not going to use this one anymore because you freaking blew it up. But we got to keep you guys learning and evolving. Your souls have to be transferred. So what they end up saying, believe it or not, is that the beings from Maldek were so evil that they needed to have a karmic hit. They couldn't come back in bodies that they could use because they would remember all the bad stuff they did and they'd immediately start doing it again. So what the beings in the higher realms did is they transported them into bodies that were clunky and not really fully there. They were ape-type bodies, which is the actual one of the origins of a type of Bigfoot. So believe it or not, they say, although there's other types of Bigfoot as well, one of the main types of Bigfoot that we have on Earth is people from Maldek that were brought to Earth, and they had a karmic alleviation where they had to have this disabled body that they couldn't go and build anything to hurt people with because they didn't have the knowledge, they didn't have the intelligence, and they didn't have the full use of their manipulable thumbs. They were not quite there, but their soul had to go through this karmic alleviation of being these skunk apes, you know, not the most appropriate smelling people either. apparently, from based on eyewitness reports of the Yeti or skunk ape. Okay, so session 10, question 1. I think it would clarify things for us to go back to the time just before the transfer of souls from Maldek, see how the Law of One operated with respect to this transfer and why this was necessary. He didn't really understand this yet. What happened to Maldek or the people on Maldek to cause them to lose their planet, and how long ago did this occur? Now remember, he asked the question before, and they had to deepen her state, and it was only then that they got the answer 500,000 years. Well, here they go 200,000 years off, which is confusing, but again, they say, hey, don't hate us if we get our times wrong. We're not always accurate on time. So check this out. The people of Maldek had a civilization somewhat similar to that of the societal complex known to you as Atlantis, in that it gained much technological information and used it without care for the preservation of their sphere. So let's stop right there. The Law of One does not exaggerate, and they don't mince words. So when they say they gained much technological information, they mean the society was vastly more sophisticated than what we have on Earth now. And they also say that about Atlantis, that Atlantis was vastly more sophisticated than what we have on Earth now. So we have the secret space program lineage version, which is, again, the planet blows up. As far as they're concerned, everybody died. Some of the people lived on the moon up until 55,000 years ago. The moon gets hit by a solar flash. Only a few of those people survived. They all get to the Earth, crash land in Antarctica, build a big base, clone out their DNA with the people on Earth's DNA, build these people with elongated skulls. They send one strain of them up through South and North America. And so when you look at the Mayan temple walls, you see people with elongated skulls. That's because they cloned out the DNA. And there's all these skulls in Paracas and Bolivia and Peru that have elongation on them. You see Sacsayhuaman, as we were just talking about the other night privately, these huge blocks of stone pushed together that go on for miles, and you can't even fit a credit card in the crack. And then the archaeologists say, oh, well, they didn't want to waste stone. Come on, it's ridiculous. Why wouldn't you carve it perfectly? Something was happening that took these stones and they could just mush them together like marshmallows. And then they harden up and they're stone again. Well, that would be like an anti-gravity, okay? So what we're dealing with, again, is these beings crash landed on Earth. They cloned themselves out. You have one strain that's with the people's DNA from North and South America, so they look like Native Americans, but they have elongated skulls. That part of them do. There's a different type that goes through Africa, Europe, and the western part of Asia. The other side got Eastern Asia and the North and South Americas. This was two different racial groups, one of which was from Mars, one of which was from Maldek. They had slightly different features. They were both in those motherships. They had been warring with each other, but apparently they created a treaty when they landed here, and they agreed to divide up the Earth, but then they still had wars with each other afterwards, and they fought with each other here on Earth, and it was only after Atlantis that their society completely collapsed 12,000 years ago. They went into Stone Age, okay? And they still kept the secrets of who they were, but they didn't reconnect until Columbus, which was a secret mission from the Queen to go and find the other people with elongated skulls here on Earth. And all those marine missions, that was what they were doing. They did connect with that priesthood. They did bring some of them back over to Europe. And that is now the root of the actual conflict between the Rockefeller faction, which got in touch with the people in Mesoamerica, the existing priests that were still around with elongated skulls, and the Rothschild faction, which got in touch with the ones from Egypt who were in the Vatican, where they hid their heads with this Vatican mitre hats, the elongated hat. So some of the people in the Vatican look like us in the face, but they have an elongated skull apparently. And I've talked about that extensively. You can go watch the movie Above Majestic. I'm not going to repeat information for you because people like to hear new stuff. So that whole story is fascinating, and I told it in Ascension Mysteries, and I told it in Above Majestic. But the Law of One says, well, what about all the people that actually died? And the answer is, well, their souls were handled by higher beings like the Guardians. The people from Mars didn't have as bad karma. They were essentially innocent. So they get brought to Earth in new bodies, and they get to enjoy normal third density. But then what they're saying here was that the people from Maldek had bodies that were distorted, that could not let them be the same way they were before. So let's go back to the slide now that I've filled all this in. They're saying that these people from Maldek were more negative than the people on Mars because they said they gained huge technological information and they used it without care for the preservation of their sphere. Well, this is how they ended up blowing up their planet. So yeah, they didn't care enough. Following to a majority extent the complex of thought, ideas, and actions which you may associate with your so-called negative polarity or the service to self. So notice what they're saying here, to a majority extent. These people were negative service to self. So Maldek was an evil planet, unlike Mars, which remember, Dr. Brown's remote viewing said Mars is basically like Egypt. People had families. Well, no. Maldek was a frickin' evil, crazy, nasty planet. AI got in there. They were evil. They were killers. They were population reducing. They were warlike, and they really got hit hard with bad karma. So let's see what happened to them. This negativity was, for the most part, couched in a sincere belief thought structure, which seemed to be the perception of the mind-body complexes of this sphere to be positive and of service to others. So they were very confused. They thought they were the good guys. They thought that by killing other people, they were saving themselves and everything was fine. The devastation that racked their biosphere and caused its disintegration resulted from what you call war, but they never said that Mars was destroyed in the same conflict. They leave you to figure that out, which took me many years. The escalation went to the furthest extent of the technology this social complex had at its disposal in the space-time present of the then time. This is a very wordy way of saying what Corey revealed again, which is that it was a moon, a killer moon, which again, our moon has all that technology, and I showed you the square. The furthest extent of the technology they had destroyed their planet. They used that killer moon, and it was used on them and in a retaliatory attack. This time was approximately 705,000 of your years ago. Now, this I think is wrong. I think they miscalculated because everything else says the accurate date is 500,000 years ago, and they themselves gave that date in a previous session. So please don't get confused. This was one of the most confusing things in the Law of One for me. The cycles had begun much, much earlier on this sphere due to its relative ability to support first-dimensional life forms at an earlier point in the space-time continuum of your solar system. These entities were so traumatized by this occurrence that they existed in what you may call a social complex knot or tangle of fear. Some of your time passed. No one could reach them. No beings could aid them. Now, this is a really, really big problem. Imagine these people, their planet blows up. Now, again, the people of Mars didn't have this happen. They got packaged and preserved. They got brought over here, and they were okay. Their whole planet didn't explode. But if your whole planet literally ceases to exist, it's like you don't have a center anymore. And so imagine this cloud of all these people who are just in a constant state of screaming and terror and anger and fear and sadness, and they're just flying around screaming like ghosts. This is apparently what happened, and so they don't really know what to call it, so they called it a social complex knot or tangle of fear. This is a horrific condition. Time ceases to exist. It is literally like the wailing of demons in hell. This is about as close to real hell as you could ever get if your planet blows up and you're stuck. Now, just to be clear, so that nobody gets paranoid about anything, the Law of One source and my own source has made it very clear they will never let another planet be destroyed in our solar system again. This event changed the rules, so they will make absolutely sure that we don't get blown up as a planet. That's why they've been stopping nuclear war. And they're being very careful to make sure that nobody can get anything through to cause our planet to be destroyed. So we don't need to worry about this happening to us. This will not happen again. But it did happen here. None of these higher beings could reach them. They couldn't be healed. Nothing could happen. And then it said, and again, these time estimates probably need to be moved forward in time by about, 200,000 years. Approximately 600,000 of your years ago, the then existing angelic members of what they call the Confederation were able to deploy a social memory complex, an angelic race, really, the guardian race. The social memory complex is a whole race, and untie the knot of fear. They were able to save these people and bring them out of hell. the entities were then able to recall that they were conscious. They didn't even know they were conscious anymore. They were just screaming. They had no awareness. This awareness brought them to the point upon what you would call the lower astral planes, where they could then be nurtured. This is the afterlife. They couldn't even get into the afterlife because they forgot they were conscious, until each mind-body-spirit complex or person was able finally to be healed of this trauma to the extent that each entity was then able to examine the distortions it had experienced in its previous life/illusion complex. You got to love the technical. It's not really a life, it's just an illusion complex. Well, I've had a lot of fun with this illusion complex, but I'm going to be done with it pretty soon, and I'm looking forward to that. Illusion complex is not exactly fun. After this experience of learned teaching, the group decision was to place upon itself a type of what you may call karma alleviation. For this purpose, they came into incarnation within your Earth's planetary sphere, inside the Earth's caverns, not on the surface, in what were not acceptable human forms. These are Neanderthal-like Bigfoot creatures, okay? And they actually talk about Neanderthals too, as being part of how this was done. This then they have been experiencing until the distortions of destruction, the warlike anger in their personality, is replaced by distortions towards the desire for a less distorted vision of service to others. Distortion, 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 right? Everything that's not pure love, light, in unity consciousness is a distortion. Since this was the conscious decision of the great majority of those beings in the Maldek experience, the transition to your planet began approximately 500,000 of your years ago, and the type of body complex available at that time, i.e. Neanderthal, was used. So now I'm going to round this out before we do our meditation, and so Elizabeth, we're going to be pretty close to using the bowls. I don't know if you're listening to this. Oh, okay. So anyway, I'll do the meditation by myself today. So actually, why don't we just go into that now, because this is a good time for that. So let me move this here, and we will get started with this. So just in summary for this week, a lot of stuff that we've talked about here, a lot of good stuff that we've talked about here. And all of this is very, very central to our greater discussion about what we're doing in the higher realms. How does this Earth ascend? How do we get transferred from one planet to another? And my hope is that by sharing this with you, you understand more of the technical detail of what is really going on with these guardian races, with the angelic races, and how that all configures itself into what we're doing here on Earth now as we go through this weird pandemic, the possibility of mass arrests, of tribunals. Where does that take us as a planet? Where are we actually going with all of this? And what is the end game? So now I hope that in this week's class you've seen that gray extraterrestrial abductions might not be just some weird, scary, traumatizing thing. We're going to talk a lot more about that in other modules as this goes on. That we are already in the process of being packaged now in preparation for this inevitable change that's going to happen on Earth. And we'll talk more about the inevitability of that change as we come up. So we have a lot to look forward to because, again, with the way that this whole thing is steered and that we have everybody at home right now, I believe we have an opportunity to be on that optimum timeline where the Earth can go through this without Earth changes, without the catastrophes. We've had enough of that. We've had entire planets get destroyed. Mars got destroyed, Maldek got destroyed. We don't need to go through that again. There is a timeline that would not be the one that Dr. Brown was seeing, where nobody needs to get moved to another planet, where everybody learns to be nice, everybody learns to get along, and we get upgraded in our DNA to a new level of ascension as a planet. And that process would not be catastrophic. Anyway, we are going through this big epic shift as a planet, and it's a very exciting time for me because we have the possibility of that optimum timeline where we all learn to be nice to each other and we don't have any problems. Now, this whole module is really getting you prepared for why I take this ascension stuff so seriously, why I think we need to be prepared for it, why we want to learn the language of the higher realms, why we want to learn the language of dreams, why we want to learn how to do the dream voice, why we want to download our own spiritual guidance, because everything is there. You got the grays, you got lots and lots of examples of people being abducted, but we never really knew what abduction was. And now we're putting all the pieces together. Now we're assembling this thing and we're seeing, okay, they're backing up the hard drive. They're getting us ready if they need to move us to another planet. But all that work might not be necessary if we end up on the positive timeline and everybody can actually shift and the Earth doesn't have to go through Earth changes. So that's the reality that I would like to dream into being. That's the reality that I would like to envision. And I'm certainly not perfect. You know, I have this strange aspect of my personality when I'm in these kind of download states where sometimes you know, it's very easy to get thrown off and then I lose my train of thought and it causes me anxiety. So again, Elizabeth, I apologize for that. But getting into the meditation now, this is where I want to take this. This is where I want to end this because we've been through a lot of information. We're not going to go the full 5 hours because again, that's too long. But this is all stuff that hopefully you'll be thinking about in the coming week. The main exercise that I would like you to take with you this week is an extenuation of the original exercise from last week, which is look into the mirror and see the face of the Creator. The next stage of that exercise that the Law of One gives you is to gaze into the faces of others and also see the Creator. So if you've been doing that exercise from last week, if you're looking at yourself and basically quote unquote seeing God, the next step of that exercise is to look at everyone else and see God, even in their distortions, even in whatever seems to be the confusion. The Law of One does not discriminate against confused beings. They say they will eventually learn. They just need to be given the opportunity, and it takes time. So that's where this is going. That's where we're going to go as a planet. And I hope that we can be on the positive timeline. So let's do this meditation together now. And your exercise, again, is to look into the face of others and see the Creator. Actually, let's do that at the end after the meditation. But right now, let's go into the meditation. So we're going to sit down here. And I'm going to ask that you close your eyes and put both feet on the floor. Let yourself relax. And take a nice deep breath in and just let it go. And then take another nice deep breath in and just let it go. And you find yourself becoming ever more deeply relaxed, going deeper and deeper into yourself, deeper into the recesses of your mind, letting go of stress, letting go of pain and fear and tension, breathing ever more deeply, letting yourself go ever more into a spiritual place, a place of true relaxation, a place of deep knowingness and understanding. And as you go through this place, I ask that you keep thinking about how you can be ever more of service to others. The meditation in the Law of One. How can you exercise the opening of the heart, the exercising of understanding and forgiveness and compassion? For when you practice the exercise of looking at others and seeing the face of the Creator, this comes without a certain degree of difficulty. It comes with a certain degree of difficulty, rather. Ultimately, it comes without the difficulty. But the difficulty lies in the complex issues that arise within all of us from a lifetime or lifetimes of trauma and pain. As we remember, the law of one said that half of all people on Earth originated from Mars, that a quarter of all people on Earth originated from Maldek, and they have memories of a hugely catastrophic end to their planet, as do the people who remember Atlantis. Let us right now envision the easing of those catastrophic timelines, the easing of those events, because my own readings have shared that as we change ourselves in the present, that change reflects backwards into the past and can alter what we thought was events that already happened. The people of Atlantis do not need to die in a catastrophe. That event, though it appears to be in the past for us, still exists in the realm of pure potential. It still exists as a potential time event that could change and not even happen. This is the true power that we have in the present. The point of power belongs to us. And what we can also change right now is our future. As we keep breathing deeply and becoming more and more relaxed, we let ourselves envision what it's like to be in a world without anger, in a world without jealousy, in a world without fear, in a world without disagreements, arguing and bickering and fighting. And going into a world where we learn to connect with the open heart, with the awakened mind, and we find ourselves completely rejuvenated with this new perspective, nourished by the opening of love in the personality, by the awakening to who and what we truly are. And from that perspective, we feel lighter, more abundant, more hopeful for the future. And we see a possibility of an earth that need not go through these earth changes, that we can be a beacon of light, a shepherd to others, so that we don't have to go through that process. We don't need this genetic material that has been preserved and packaged to be used. We don't need people being transferred to another planet. Let us envision how we can open our hearts, how we can strive to be more effective at service to others, and how that in turn can reverberate throughout the whole planet, taking us to a higher level, taking us to a more inclusive perspective of how we integrate with our planet and with the universe. Breathing deeply, envisioning now the beginning of that quiet point within yourself. The point you can go back to whenever you choose. A center of consciousness, a center of focus. A place that acts as an anchor for you, where you can be revivified by what it is that comes your way. Each experience is only catalyst that guides you back to loving unity consciousness ever more fully and perfectly. There need not be disharmony, there need not be pain, because as you live in love, as you live in trust, the light shines on the shadows and all fear is removed. And you find yourself overwhelmed with joy, overwhelmed with happiness, and the knowingness that the divine cosmic plan has been fulfilled. This quiet point within yourself, when you quiet your mind down, when you still all remaining thoughts as much as possible, is a space where you can begin to listen to the voice of the Creator when the distractions are stilled. There is a voice that is still there, speaking much like the one that I'm using right now. That voice can talk. That voice can give you insights, as long as you maintain the quiet point within yourself. I ask you now to envision this light, envision this quiet point within yourself, go within and find out what that voice might have to say to you. Let's do this now in silence together. The knowing that the whispering in your mind is coming from a pure place can be absolute when you work within the constraints of the guidelines, that your consciousness is quiet, you've reached the quiet point in yourself, you are in an uplifting place, positive thoughts, you're not thirsty, you're not hungry, and you're not overtired. You're just very deeply relaxed. And you glide into this wondrous state of consciousness with an expectant attitude and a hopeful gaze. And I also ask, while you're in this state, to just reflect on the idea of not being attached to any information that comes through you as you are receiving it. To let the information pass along without any analysis or any attempt to understand it, and without any emotional engagement with the information, without any emotional understanding of what it is saying. All you have to do is listen and report. Listen and report. Listen and report. I ask you to envision within yourself right now, just as a seed that is being planted at this time, that you could listen to that still, small, whispering voice in your mind, even if the words that you hear don't appear to make sense, sound like a strange combination of words, that you just listen to them and record them exactly the way you hear them by dictating those words into your recording device, whatever you choose. Never going back to try to think about what was said, to try to analyze what was said. In fact, if you find yourself tracking this information, then you know you are not following the protocol. Just listen and report, document it, release it. Don't have an emotional reaction to it. Don't analyze it, just let it go and keep doing the process. While in a very deep state of meditation, so deep that you have mind awake, body asleep, that your body does not move easily, if at all. It would be hard to get your body to move and your mind is open, inspired, jubilant, and free, with your thoughts as quiet as possible, then there will still be thoughts that arise in your mind, what Dr. Brown calls the field of consciousness, what the Law of One calls the voice of the Creator. The goal of a meditative practice like this is not to have no thoughts. This is a common misperception. It is to quiet your own thoughts so that those thoughts that appear in your mind quite naturally and without any effort are coming from the Creator. This is the core of all good remote viewing and psychic work and intuitive tuned trance telepathy. To simply receive in a deep, uplifting state of consciousness without analysis, without emotional reactions, and to simply be at peace, to let it flow through you easily and gently. There's going to be more information you will have on how to do this process, but right for now, just envision the possibility of it actually happening. You don't need to be interested at all in the words. In fact, it is imperative that you not care about the words. You don't listen to them. You don't try to understand them. You don't have an emotional reaction to them. You just let them show up and you experience them. And you can do this in meditation. A meditation is a beautiful time to just let these thoughts flow through you naturally without getting stuck to them, without trying to grab to them too much. Just be aware of what they say and keep moving. And that is the core of being a great psychic. And we ask that we take this energy that we've raised today and we send it out to those in the military who are working on these mass arrests and risking their lives for this great operation, to all those healthcare workers putting their lives on the line to fight this pandemic, to all those providing critical infrastructure needs and doing their jobs, to all those in lockdown who might be feeling negative emotions of loneliness or pain or depression or fear or anxiety or mistrust. Just envision everyone having a positive feeling. Envision that positive love going to those you love and care about, your friends, your former or current coworkers, your family members. And of course, give that love back to yourself. Just let yourself be okay the way you are. You don't need to add anything. You don't need to change anything. Maybe it's just fine the way it is. And you are perfect, exactly the way you are. And that's okay. And then I ask you to envision this energy going into the earth, strengthening the earth, revivifying the earth as it goes through this epic ascension activation, this new birth that we are the parents of. We are the thoughts of the earth. We are the ones causing this transformation to occur. We will be inviting in the following weeks the information on how to understand the language of the higher self, how to interpret these messages in dreams and visionary states once we get them. We will be receptive to this information. We will learn how our higher selves are speaking so we can be better prepared for these coming great changes that are of mind-blowing positivity. The ascension is a magnificent experience unlike any other we will ever have. The true awakening, the true revelation of what life on earth really was about and where it really was going, and how much all of those commitments that we made to spiritual growth really did matter in the final analysis. And may we always remember in the greatest sense that you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator. This is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be, and nothing and no one can ever take that from you. And so it is. And now I ask that you start breathing yourself back into the room. You might want to wiggle your fingers and toes Take a nice deep breath, stretch a little bit. We've been at it for a long time. And what I'd like to do now, as you're coming back into your awareness, is I would like to go back to the mirrored display so you can see what I've got here. Hopefully there's nothing objectionable on the computer. I don't think there is. Hopefully not. If so, this is a bad idea, but I don't think there's anything on there that's going to get me in trouble. Now everybody's watching, right? They're like, oh my God, oh my God. All right, now that is supposed to show, we go. Okay, so this is what we wanted to show you. So every week we are featuring a charity that we would like to discuss. And this week's feature is with my wife, Elizabeth, where she is interviewing Cameron Powers, who is a very cool guy who is doing amazing work with women in the Middle East, where he goes to these countries that most people would never want to go to. Oh my gosh, Arab terrorism. Well, he's going in there and he is playing music for them and healing women of terrible trauma. So I'm going to play this for you now. This is our charity of the week. Here we go. Let's hope you can hear it. The audio okay? Oh, you can't hear him talking? All right. Oh, that's right, because we got to hook this up. And there has to be audio out from the computer. Okay, so, all right, we will play this next week because I don't have, let's go back to camera. We'll play it next week when we have the right equipment. I would have to have an audio cable worked into this, and then I'd have to take the time to download that into the computer. So we'll just do it next week. But anyway, we'll make sure that all the charities get covered. So that's all the time we have in this episode of The Great Awakening 2020, Week 2, the Mars and Maldek migration. When we come back next week, we're going to get back into the subject of the Law of One. I'm going to show you, I think I'm going to do it next week, some of the information regarding the Great Pyramid, the fascinating aspects of its magnificent architecture, the fact that it predicted the coming of Jesus. I'm going to show you how it did that in very precise terms. I'm going to show you the pyramid timeline, which is really, really amazing. All of these very distinct future events that were in the future at the time the pyramid was made, obviously, that came true with remarkable accuracy. And all of that stuff shows us how the Law of One source, Ra, built the pyramid using this law, the language of symbolism, to convey information about humanity's own spiritual future. Symbolism is the language I'm going to be teaching you. And when you see it in the Law of One, it will help to activate you even more to the understanding of the importance of the language of dreams. So I probably won't need the whole time to get through all the pyramid stuff, and we'll start to go into the language of dreams, which again, any message you get from your higher self, whether it's a dream or a visionary experience, or if you start to be able to pull in readings of dream voice like I did, it's all going to come through in symbolism. And so it's very important that we dial in color symbolism, that we dial in elemental symbolism, we dial in what animals mean, what other characters mean, what the landscape means, the height of the landscape, the speed that you move through the landscape. All of these things are very, very relevant to understanding how dreams work. And my goal, of course, is that you will start using your dreams to get readings. And I'll go back to those quotes from the Law of One, where we see how the actual dreaming practice is said in the Law of One to be the main tool of the initiate that we need to have to become the adept, right? To get to the adept level where you're really a true spiritual master, even if nobody else knows that you are, that's okay. If you become that spiritual master, the trick is to get into dreaming, to download that guidance, and then to understand how it works. So we're going to have a lot more of that coming up, and there's many, many other topics and subjects still ahead. I hope that you enjoyed this one. I wanted to kind of balance what we did last week, where it was very esoteric and very heady and very dense in Law of One philosophy. I wanted to give you some more of the kind of interesting cosmic history of the solar system. I find it amazing that the Law of One would actually tell us all this stuff about what happened in our solar system, given how precise they are about not giving us transient information. And what's even more fascinating for me is how all of that information can be realized with research. Dr. Brown got it through remote viewing. You can look at the NASA photos of Mars. You can look at the insider testimony and what they're saying, and everything lines up. So this is it. This is the big one, the Ascension. We're in it now. We're transforming as a planet. It's very exciting to me. And I hope you enjoyed this week's session of Great Awakening, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for subscribing.